Now it's on.
Okay.
And green lights on.
You want me to keep it?
us today for 10 years after the floods in 2014 conference. We are a couple minutes late. Thank you for your patience. We are waiting other participants to join us. Dame i gospodo, hvala što ste nam se pridružili na konferenciji 10 godina nakon poplava 2014. godine. Bićemo samo par minuta kasniti jer čekamo ostali učesnike da nam se pridruže. Hvala vam na strpljenju.
The frequency and the intensity of these events is increasing. It's all around us. It's affecting all the region. And we unfortunately have also a very recent exemplification of this in the recent floods that Bosnia and Herzegovina experienced in the Western Balkans. And going back to 2014, when this major flood was recorded in Serbia, this disaster created an impact, a significant impact, affecting 1.6 million people in the country. And together with the landslides that usually occur after a flood event happens, there was a very significant damage of 1.7 billion euros. That is equal to the 4% of the GDP of the country. So, first message is, unfortunately, these events will keep happening in intensity and frequency that is increasing, and the damage expected will be very high if measures are not taken. Now, the second message is that measures can be taken. The 2014 floods allowed not only a joint relief intervention, but also recovery, reconstruction, and prevention investments led by the government and by the key partners, international partners that we have in Serbia. And as UNDP, we will always keep supporting these efforts, particularly with the government in implementing this disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation measure. And to be more specific, in terms of significant investment and strides that Serbia has made since 2014, now the country is more prepared to face floods and this type of disaster risk, and has built back better from the devastating effect of the 2014. Just to give a few concrete examples, there's been an improvement of the legislative framework, including the drafting on the new disaster risk reduction strategy. There's been a strengthening on intermunicipal cooperation through the establishment of river basin association, because very often these disasters really affect municipalities in various parts of the country, provide new equipment and train members of local level services for better response and recovery, and develop a new digital planning and preparedness tool, the Disaster Risk Register. At this conference, indeed, we will present the updated version of the Disaster Risk Register that is a total digital tool that also shows the level of advancement, not only of solutions, but actually the ownership of these solutions at country level. It now includes health data to help prepare for and manage for health emergencies that are also threats that we all know very well are still present in our world. And tomorrow you will be able to see simulations on how this register is used in the event of floods, landslides, and fires. And then my final message relates to the importance of regional cooperation in preparing for and responding to disasters. This is a global threat. Is affecting every region of the world. Is particularly significant, as I mentioned, in this region. It does not affect a single country. It affects several countries. I mentioned the example of Bosnia. I can mention my own country on the other side of the Adriatic, how many floods we are suffering presently and also in the past few months. So disasters, unfortunately, have no borders. And we have regularly witnessed the solidarity and urgent assistance that come with it, which is obviously very honorable. But we need to strengthen this regional cooperation and have more efficient and effective joint efforts to reduce disaster risk and address climate change. So we have gathered here government representatives and risk finance regulators from across Western Balkans, as well as international development actors and partners. And we will particularly focus on investments into prevention and ensuring stable financing for resilience to disaster. And I would also like to thank UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub for supporting and organizing this event. It is a regional event, and we are indeed very grateful to the European Union and the government of Serbia for choosing UNDP as a trusted partner in helping the Serbian society to avoid, prevent, and prepare for the adverse impacts of disasters. So with this, I would like to wish you a dynamic and fruitful conference, and thank you very much. So now I would like to give the floor to our esteemed guests and speakers in the opening panel. And I would like to introduce the next speaker. In times of crisis, the European Union rose up to the challenge and the call for assistance and was the largest donor after the 2014 floods. The European Union remains the key partner in continuous improvement of Serbia's disaster risk management system and disaster resilience. With this in mind, it is my pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Emanuele Joffre, the Ambassador and Head of the EU Delegation to the Republic of Serbia. The Ambassador, the floor is yours.
So good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank UNDP for hosting us today. I'd like to thank the representative of the ministries that are here with us. Unfortunately, we have no ministers in the room. I'm sure they are otherwise occupied, but certainly this is a topic of great importance. May 2014. We remember, those that were here in Serbia, unprecedented rainfall that led to widespreading flooding across Serbia, causing immense destruction to homes, infrastructures, and livelihoods. Water surged through towns, villages, leaving a train of devastation in its wake. The scale of the disaster was immense, with thousands displaced and communities shattered. 119 local governments were affected, 30,000 people were displaced, and as the colleague from UNDP mentioned, the damage were 1.7 billion euros for the country. Yet amid the chaos and despair that this extreme weather event caused here in Serbia, the response of the Serbian authorities and the resilience shown by the affected community was remarkable. Emergency services worked tirelessly to rescue those stranded, provide shelters and coordinate efforts. Volunteers stepped up, demonstrating solidarity and compassion for those affected and react in the face of adversity. I want to say three things about these floods that are not unique, unfortunately. And as we are speaking today, people in Bosnia and Herzegovina are picking up their lives and rescuing those that were affected by similar catastrophe. And as a UNDP colleague just mentioned, the same can be seen across the Adriatic. First of all, I want to say that the European Union in 2014, as we are now in Bosnia and Herzegovina, were there. We stepped up our efforts to show solidarity and assist our brothers in Serbia, our friends in Serbia. I'm proud to say that since this event, we have invested and provided 250 million in donations to address both the immediate needs, but also the need to step up preparedness, because here we are about talking how we are better prepared to avoid these type of situations in the future. Investments, including those supported by European Union, these 250 million euros that I mentioned, were made in flood preventions, equipment upgrades, and other mitigating measures. Early warning systems were enhanced, ensure that community could be alerted and evacuated swiftly in times of danger. I am proud that since the International Donors Conference that was quickly called in July 2014 in Brussels by the European Commission together with France and Slovenia, we managed to create an international response, and as I said, 250 million euros were actually invested. Our comprehensive and strategic response has been to address the lack of infrastructures and to rehabilitate what was destroyed by the floods. 2,400 homes were actually rehabilitated. The whole building in Obrenovac, where 32 families were living. 73 bridges were rebuilt with our support. And we invested in the future resilience through specialized emergency agency and emergency response to improve water management system. Embankment upgrades, cleaning of river beds, maintenance and rehabilitation of pumping stations were supported. And this is particularly important considering Serbia is not alone in having to cope with natural disaster. Most importantly, as I said, we looked at the livelihood of people, and I'm very proud that we helped 36,000 agricultural households to restart their livelihoods and help establishment a robust disaster management system. This approach in addressing immediate needs while building up long-term resilience is what we stand for as European Union. We need to react and assist those in need and prepare for the future. And this is my second message. Prevention is better than cure. And this is why we're here today. We know that all these disasters hitting the Western Balkans and beyond, across Europe, they have a cause, which is climate change, which is intensifying the frequency and severity of natural disasters. Not only floods, but also wildfires, and these disrupting weather patterns are increasing the global temperature and causing what we see today. These extreme weather events will become more common, more unpredictable, and will be posing a greater risk and threat to our communities. So this is the context in which we operate, and we need to ensure adequate preparation and preparedness in order to mitigate the environmental impact and financial costs that these events have on our communities, and of course the human suffering that accompany every natural disaster. So the study that's been discussed today during this conference demonstrates how investing in prevention through reconstruction efforts, flood protections, and preventive infrastructure is much more cost-effective than dealing with the disaster's aftermath. We just remember the 1.7 billion figures that brought the destructions in Serbia. And my third message is about solidarity. We know that when this disaster struck, we need the help of others. We need to be tied together and extend our helpful hand, because tomorrow we will need the help of those that we're helping today. This is the basic pillar, the concept of European Union. We're gathering countries together in order to protect each other, to be with the others. And of course, when it comes to civil protection, we have created the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism that is there to mobilize assets across the member states, across the candidate country, in order to come to the assistance of those in need. And I want to say here that Serbia, as a participant of the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism, has been a very able, capable, and responsive partner we had. The response of Serbian authorities and the resilience shown by the affected community during the flood here in Serbia allow also to quickly activate the European Union Civil Protection Mechanism for the benefit of Serbians. Emergency service worked tirelessly together to rescue those stranded, provided shelters and coordinated efforts. Volunteers stepped up. And of course, we've seen recently how Serbia was intervening in our own member states when there was a moment of need. I'm thinking, for example, to the firefighting in Greece last summer, when we see teams from Serbia to deploy there, but also today in Bosnia and Herzegovina through the European Union Crisis Civil Protection Mechanism, we have Serbian assets deployed in order to assist our friends. So these are the three messages I want to share with you, and I really want to thank all those that are here today, that came here today, because of course it's much more important that we prepare, that we are ready to invest the necessary amount of funds in order to avoid human suffering and devastation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Ambassador, also for renewing the commitment from European Union, and also for fostering the important cooperation in time of need between institutions and countries. I would like then to introduce the next speaker. The Ministry of Interior, with its Sector for Emergency Management, has a pivotal role in national disaster risk reduction system, and is responsible for maintaining and improving the ability of the entire nation to act preventively to risks, implement disaster risk reduction measures respond to accidents and other challenges, and mitigate the consequences of various disasters that may affect the population. It is my pleasure to give the floor to the State Secretary of the Ministry of the Interior, Mr. Vladimir Zagrajanin. The floor is yours, Ms.
Good morning, everyone. Dear Standing Representative Beres, Your Excellency Joffre, Minister Martinovic, 10 years have passed since the tragic events that affected our country and the entire region. Unfortunately, we had a disaster that resulted in many lessons learned for the Ministry of the Interior. During the floods in 2014, 22 teams from 563 members from all countries of the member states of the European Union were engaged. Help came from all sources and directions. I would like to stress the importance of interstate cooperation in responding to catastrophic events. In the past 10 years, we have tried to use and employ the lessons learned to reduce the risk from disasters and improve our capacities for an efficient response to any kind of challenge. Our rescue teams have helped during the unprecedented catastrophic floods in Greece and Turkey. The helicopter units from the Ministry of Interior of the Republic of Serbia, together with the Sector for Emergency Management of the Ministry of Interior, have offered and provided support not only to the citizens of this country, but to the countries in the region. In other words, we have become a leader in the region when it comes to crisis response. Through the EU civil protection mechanism, our sector has offered and provided assistance 14 times since 2014 in removing the consequences of floods and other extreme events. What we need to think now, looking forward, is improving our organizational capacities and financing capacity. And this is a theme of joint interest that we need to discuss with the United Nations Development Program. When it comes to the international cooperation of the Ministry of Interior, the Office of the United Nations Development Program in Serbia is one of the most important multilateral partners and has made a significant contribution to the development of the country by providing technical assistance and expertise for development projects. The Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Serbia and the UNDP have a long-standing cooperation, a very extensive one and a very successful one, through projects implemented by the UNDP office in Serbia, with the participation of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So far, we have completed 5 projects, whereas we have 8 projects that are in its implementation phase. Most of them are financed by the European Union, and with the UNDP being the implementing agency in Serbia. These project activities, among other, are focused on strengthening integrated disaster risk management and civil protection systems, as well as addressing disasters at all levels. The representatives of the Sector for Emergency Management of the Ministry of Interior of Serbia, with experts from the UNDP office, are actively working on the final draft of the disaster risk reduction strategy and its implementing action plan, all with the aim of aligning, harmonizing the these acts with the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction for the period from 2015 to 2030. So far, cooperation with the UNDP in Serbia has been at a high level and to mutual satisfaction. Nevertheless, there is always room for progress and improvement, so we hope that looking forward, we will continue improving all types of cooperation. I wish you a successful conference.
Dear Mr. Zagrađanin, thank you for your words and for over 12 years of strategic partnerships in the areas of prevention, preparedness, and response. I'm introducing the next speaker. The Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Water Management, which oversees the Republic Water Directorate and the public water management companies, is competent for a large part of the efforts in the area of disaster prevention in the event of flooding. I would like now to hand over the floor to State Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management, Mr. Sedomir Rakic. The floor is yours.
Renowned Ambassador Geoffrey, dear colleagues, State Secretary Mr. Zagrađanin and Emir Mančić, dear colleagues from the UNDP, my dear colleagues from the public authority institutes, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to address you on the occasion of today's event and to have the opportunity to, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management, address at this international conference that the UNDP, with the support of the EU, organized, focusing on such an important topic, flooding. So 10 years after unprecedented floods that affected Serbia, a disastrous situation due to the huge flood waves that left huge traces in our communities. Now we've got the opportunity to observe what we've done ever since then to reduce risks of floods, but also to set the firm goals for the years to come when it comes to minimizing and preventing the consequences of possible future disasters. Well, we are all witnessing that the climate is changed, and in the past we could have seen that in region Europe, and now days ago we were affected by the huge precipitations that have not been observed for years. What was 100-year waters now are becoming a higher criteria to 500 years waters and 1,000. Water knows no limits, and they are threats to the whole world and every world, and everyone has to be ready to respond. So Serbia, unfortunately, as I mentioned, has experience in the previous year, so it used to build more resilient communities, learnings from the previous lessons, investing in the better future. In order to successfully defend from the floods, we've invested significant funds in the maintenance of the current, but planning of new water structures and systems. Sources of funding are diverse. We are using the budget funds from the EU through different projects that are implementing, and loans. So, for instance, when we speak about the funds under the water management company Serbia Vode, that in line with the degree on determination of the program to manage the water is actually set at the annual level for 2024, we allocated 5.6 billion dinars, out of which for the regulation of water courses and protection of the detrimental effect of water, we allocated 4.4 million dinars, which represents 80% of the total funds allocated. The data for 2023 is kind of similar. With the degree, they allocated more than 5 billion dinars, specifically 5.245 for the regulation of water courses, 3.5 billion dinars, and in 2022 2.8 billion dinars were allocated for this purpose. Out of the mentioned, you can clearly see that majority of the funds were allocated for the regulation of water courses and water control structures. The fact is that the needs are imminent and that we constantly think about it, that the state is thinking about it. However, you can see that the trend investment is increasing, and you can see it from the data that I've just shared with you. I have to reiterate that I'm very glad that specifically today's conference group decision makers and the experts and practitioners in this area from different countries, so as to be able to exchange experience, knowledge, and the best practices in preventing and managing floods, because the cooperation is critical, because jointly we could reach the solidarity, and with the joint support we can strengthen our community and prepare them to better respond to the challenges of the future. So in continuation of the conference, you will have the opportunity to hear the expert, whatever I have to say, my dear colleague, who is an expert and at the same time director of the Water Directorate, Maja Grbić. I would like to extend the thanks to our expert from the water management companies, without of whom we wouldn't be able to attain the set goals. Once again, I would like to extend the thanks to all of you for being present today. Wish you a fruitful conference in these 2 days that are ahead of us, and that the tasks that will be set would be beneficial for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rakic, for your insight in the flood defense initiatives of the ministry and its water management subsidiaries. I would like to introduce now the last speaker for this panel. A key partner and national lead authority for the post-disaster recovery process is the Ministry for Public Investment. From the initiation of the recovery needs assessment to the implementation, accountability and transparency of donor and national budget funded activities and programs. It is with great pleasure that I give the floor to the State Secretary in the Ministry for Public Investment, Mr. Boban Birmancevic. Dear Birmancevic, the floor is yours.
Dear Excellencies, State Secretaries, Head of the Department for Emergency Management, dear friends from UNDP and other friends, it is an honor to welcome you and greet you on behalf of Minister Glišić and the entire Ministry for Public Investment. We are marking 10-year anniversary after the catastrophic floods from 2014, and looking forward, we continue talking about important topics such as disaster risk management. We need to build resilient societies, and Serbia is committed to this goal. Events such as this enable us to learn lessons and remind us of the importance of regional and international cooperation to responding to challenges such as natural and other disasters. It is important also to include all citizens in responding, and in 2014 we sent an important message that we managed to cope with the disastrous event that impacted our whole society and country. The response of our citizens, the higher the dangers, the response of our citizens and the solidarity was higher and higher. And in 2014, this was, I must say, one of the first victories of Mr. Aleksandar Vučić and his policies and his commitment to the citizens, and a victory for the citizens in responding and coping with an unprecedented disaster. Thanks to the commitment of the government, in only 2 years after the disastrous floods in 2014, the state managed to recover fully. The floods that impacted Serbia in 2014 resulted in huge losses and damages, but it was also a turning point for our country in terms of its approach in responding to disasters. In the recovery process, Serbia was the first to align its institutional and legal framework with the DRR principles and DRM, with the international frameworks and also the Sendai framework, and prove to the citizens that they can count on the country to respond to these events. We renovated more than 400 households in the last 10 years and invested or paid out 1.5 million dinars to citizens. In June 2023, the number of citizens that was granted assistance was much greater in relative to 2014 and to 2019. In 2019, 1,639 facilities were rebuilt, and 21 million was paid out as assistance to individual citizens. By introducing the new system of response and recovery, the payment of assistance to citizens was quicker within a 1-month deadline. And it was a transparent process. State assistance was granted under equal criteria for all. In addition to direct assistance to individuals, we invested preventively 21 billion dinars in 788 projects to strengthen the infrastructure for prevention of floods in 98 local governments. In cooperation with international donors and financial institutions, and the European Union, the UNDP, and other multilateral and bilateral donors, Serbia improved its systems for flood protection systems, including building embankments, cleaning waterways, and strengthening its capacities for early intervention. These works were implemented through the PIMO office, and we financed over 120 projects in local governments on waterways to prevent floods. The importance of strengthening capacities was brought to light then, and we proved that we managed to improve our capacities in the past 10 years. We adopted a law on recovery from disasters and a national program for risk management, disaster risk management, and put in place a comprehensive system for recovery and reconstruction. We managed to improve coordination between institutions in times of crisis. We invested in key public infrastructure, for instance, schools, kindergartens, health facilities, so as to ensure that all of these services are available to the citizens even in times of crisis. We have made sure to build back better, to make this infrastructure more resilient in the future. Each individual citizen was provided with adequate assistance, as well as businesses. We granted assistance to businesses in the form of grants. 570 million dinars was granted to over 2,000 business entities, so that in particular small and medium enterprises could survive. We provided support to agricultural households, donation of 9.5 million euro to enable farmers to recover from the fall and restart production. As a result of all these efforts, Serbia has built back a better system for DRR and DRM, which is reflected not only in an improved infrastructure and legal framework, but in a greater preparedness of institutions and citizens to cope with risks related to disasters. We do not only want to reduce risks, but build a more resilient society that, looking forward, will be able to respond to challenges. Allow me to thank everyone present for your commitment, for your assistance. We have accomplished significant progress, and we shall continue to build more resilient societies. Thank you for being part of this process in building a better future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birmancevic, for your words, and we really look forward to further cooperation in resilient infrastructure recovery in the aftermath of disasters. And with this, I would like to bring this first session of the conference to a close. But before formally closing, I would like to thank again the European Union, the key ministries, partners, and the esteemed guests for this very important opening panel. And I would like to invite the guests to a coffee break while the esteemed panelists will take media statements in the media corner that has been prepared by the organizers. Thank you very much.
jedan, 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 jedan. Jedan, 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 isti. Aha. Jedan, 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 jedan. Jedan, jedan, jedan. A? Ček da okrene malo glavu, brate. Pusti ga slobodno da okrene malo glavu, brate. Jedan, 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 jedan. Dobro. Jedan.
Možemo jednu tonsku probu. Može? Da li se čujemo?
Ja čujem, da, čujem se i ja. Moraš da upališ. Ima on off.
Da li se čujemo sada? Ne? A ovo ne funkcioniše?
Sad se čuješ.
Ajde, pričajte.
Evo, da li se čujem? Či ja sebe čujem?
Čuješ se, ali... Probaj još jednom, 1, 2, čujemo sada. U redu, hvala.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. On my behalf, I'm Žarko Petrović, and I will be moderating panel 1 that has a not very original title, Hard Talks, where we will be presenting a study on 10 years after the 2014 floods. It is an ongoing process. It will soon be made public, but some results are known and findings. And we have here Ms. Nedeljković, deputy of the director of the PIMO office. She was very much involved in the recovery process in post-disaster, post-flood 2014. And she has been very actively involved in this topic in the past 10 years. And Darko Milutinov, who has had an illustrious career in the World Bank and is now a consultant. He has worked on developing this study with us. What we as UNDP, as an international organization supporting the Republic of Serbia in the past 15 years in this DRR area, which originated as a concept in 2005 with the Hyogo framework for action and the Sendai framework for action. And our goal was to look back to these 15, especially the 10 years after the floods in 2014, to see where we are and what we have accomplished so far. It is another noteworthy thing is that the focus is now on recovery, because we previously had a period marked by disastrous floods, followed by a recovery process, which had certain consequences on the society and the country at large. And in terms of also understanding the DRR-DRM concept and aligning strategies with the Hyogo and Sendai frameworks. Initially, I would like to thank the Ministry of Interior, the emergency management sector. I have been working with my colleagues from this sector ever since 2014, and even before that on DRR activities. And of course, these activities intensified in 2014 and are culminating right now with the virtual digital platform of the Geodetic Authority website, integrated with the land registry and EU directives, something that not even many EU member states have, and this is the disaster register. You will be hearing in more detail about this register later on. I would like to thank the Ministry for Public Investment, previously the Public Investment Management Office that was responsible for recovery, post-flood recovery, 2014 and 2016 and 2023 as well. And all these lessons learned and the consequences, the impact on Serbia's development are meant to be lessons for building a more resilient society. And finally, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, Water Management, and Water Directorate, Serbia Waters, and Vojvodina Waters. When we talk about floods, they are in the forefront, on the first lines of DRR, and of course in the post-disaster recovery period and everything it involves. I'd like to thank all local government units that were engaged in recovery and DRR in the last 10 years. I will just mention a few: Kraljevo, Trstenik, Čačak, Valjevo, Ub. It would be better for me to say all the local government units from river basins of Western Morava, Kolubara, Morava, and other river basins that where municipalities have pooled their financial resources to reduce their risks. And I'd like to thank the EU, the donors, in the first place EU, then Switzerland, Japan, United Arab Emirates. The UAE ambassador was here, who contributed to financing reconstruction of households, and all other stakeholders. So let's see what we have done so far, what we have accomplished, where we are, and to see where the gaps are, what's missing. In order to get an honest, comprehensive picture, we should not be only talking about the good things and accomplishments, but also to identify what's missing. And hopefully our consultants will tell us, and you will also be able to see the study we will be presenting and make deductions. At today's panels, you will hear about the recovery process, and you will be able to see simulations of to see what would happen, to see future possible scenarios, what would happen if we would have floods again, and what the risks are. Our colleagues from the Ministry of Interior, from the emergency management sector, a risk is a multiplication of hazards times exposure times vulnerability, and then plus capacities. Capacities are of great interest to us. Capacities for response, where they are, what kind of capacities are missing, what we have built, how much can we build now in the first half of the 21st century. In addition, I would like to thank the Ministry for the Environment, our colleagues, and who are very committed to coping with climate change consequences. Our study to you, and later on you will have an opportunity to ask questions. Good morning, everyone. As Žarko said, my name is Sandra Nedeljković. Most of you know me. I've been busy with the recovery process after disasters and coordinating the national recovery program. So the reforms that happened in the past 10 years are really a result of our joint efforts of my team, of the Ministry of Public Investment, the PIMO office, and most of you who are present here today. I will not repeat myself. Žarko already thanked you all of you. Everything we are about to present is a result of our joint efforts at national and local level, and all of our colleagues involved in this process in the national government and institutions. I have a PowerPoint presentation where you will be able to also see visually. This was the 2014 flood, the 100-year flood, as we call it, which are now increasing to 500-year-old floods. These are events that happen once in 100 years, and at the time Serbia was not ready to cope. We've had earthquakes and floods, but 2014 was specific because 2/3 of the country was impacted and affected by the floods, and we had to rebuild 2/3 of our country. These are a couple of facts. We had 119 municipalities were affected, of which 165, of which 119 directly. 22% of local population was affected. More than 38 municipalities sustained damage. 57 lives were lost, which is in fact the biggest loss. 32 families were evacuated. Open pit and mine flooded. Electricity production decreased by 25%. Serbian economy contracted by 1.8% in 2014. The legal and legislative framework in Serbia was not comprehensive to be able to respond to what happened. The disaster loss assessment was done in cooperation with the World Bank, and we created a methodology for disaster loss assessment, and which is a very good methodology. This 1.7 billion euro of total disaster effects were the result of a joint assessment and report by the organizations I mentioned and the government of Serbia. This report was the baseline to build back better. So the government responded immediately by establishing an office for flood recovery of flood-affected areas, reconstruction and rehabilitation. And this office, together with the ministries in the government, embarked on a long process of recovery from the floods of 2014. This was the basis for the beginning of this process. The government had over 200 recovery programs and managed to implement them all. We had many experts from different countries who presented and shared their own experiences and who said that a 3 to 7 year period is needed for the country to recover, but we managed to recover in just 2 years, and this is a huge achievement for the government of Serbia. We could not have done this without the financial support. The state first asked for international aid and received international aid. So it is a well-known fact that it is difficult to recover without friends and donors, and in particular for a country like Serbia. Thanks to the Brussels Donor Conference and the report that was presented with cooperation with the UNDP, we managed to raise funds for recovery, and the biggest, as you can see on this slide, the EU was the biggest donor, 182 million euro. I'd like to thank our colleague Maja Vučković-Krčan, who was really intensively raising funds for Serbia, and she was quick to respond, and the European Union was flexible and quick to respond in this case, in the case of the recovery, post-flood recovery in Serbia. In addition to donor funding, we also had a loan from the World Bank, the quick loan with favorable rates. So with €500 million, we managed to finalize the recovery process in just 2 years, as I said. The turning point in 2014, and Serbia was a pioneer, was the adoption of National Disaster Risk Management Program in December 2014. The government of Serbia established a strategic mechanism for a comprehensive reform. We realized that up to 2014, we were a responsive state. We would respond only once something happened. The system was, we had a good system, but the preventive system was weak, was neglected. So even back in Yugoslavia, nobody addressed prevention. A comprehensive reform was needed to introduce preparedness and prevention. So now I will not talk about the National Disaster Risk Management Program. If you want to see the additional details, there is a study and there is the program online. Corona pandemic stopped this process, and we did not manage to finish all activities by 2020 when it comes to the action plan. But the action plan has designed activities and measures that need to be implemented in order for our state to be more resilient. At that time, in 2015, 2016, when we developed the action plan, the funds needed were over 1 billion. So we need 1 billion at least to become a more resilient, disaster resilient society. We can never say we're fully resilient. Climate is changing, floods will still happen, but we need to be prepared to reduce risks and consequences. I'd like to mention that in addition to the EU, we had other donors, bilateral, such as Switzerland, who supported with 6.5 million euro the national DRM program. And in addition to them, the EU and Japan, Emirates and other bilateral donors also contributed. We first, of course, we implemented structural measures continuously and preventive measures in water management structures and system. 417 million euros were on 746 locations were invested in preventive water infrastructure to make our society more resilient. You've heard the state secretaries in the first panel who presented the fact that we had less losses and damages in the previous years in the floods that occurred after the 2014. Although we had the same meteorological parameters, the losses and damage was decreased because of these investments. So with all the institutions and the ministries in Serbia, we worked in rebuilding local infrastructure, local bridges. In addition to the water infrastructure, we also worked to rebuild and make the structures, facilities more resilient according to the Build Back Better principle, which is one of the leading principles of the Sendai framework that was adopted a few months after our national DRM program, which was adopted in 2014, and the Sendai framework in 2015. Still, we aligned our program with all international standards and the Sendai framework, and with the support of our international partners, UNDP and the World Bank, and international expertise. We had the will, but it's always good to have the know-how as well, in addition to the will. In addition to large infrastructural measures, we also worked on non-structural measures. It is much more difficult to implement non-structural measures because in addition to reforming the system, you have to change the mindset, which is a bit harder to change. It takes a longer time. So that was a challenge. And what was revolutionary was the law on reduction of disaster risk reduction, a modern law in line with all international standards, and law on recovery from disasters, which was adopted in 2014 and became an umbrella law establishing processes for all types of risks and disasters. In addition to the legal frame, and these are I mentioned just two key laws that complete the full circle and cover the entire DRM, DRR system. In addition, we have other laws that were developed on, for instance, critical infrastructure law and a set of other laws that were improved in line with this new international practice. The DRM doctrine in the past 20 years has significantly changed. Previously, we only dealt with crisis. Now we deal with a whole cycle. We've established a professional training system through the National Public Administration Academy, NAPA. We try to integrate this into our system so that the system of professional development in this area, in DRR and civil protection and assessment of disaster loss has become part of the curricula of the NAPA for civil servants primarily, but also on all levels, not just national. So we've introduced an innovation, the disaster risk register. This is something that is unique. Globally, you will hear about the disaster risk register tomorrow. Our colleagues will be presenting the register, and you will see how that works. We have, in fact, digitalized all data on hazards, damage, losses, recovery, renovation, reconstruction, and this is all now integrated in one portal, the Geodetic Authorities portal or website is hosting this register, which is really unique. You will hear about it tomorrow. And just Žarko touched upon a topic that deserves a whole slide, and this is intermunicipal cooperation. I'm very proud of this. The city of Kraljevo launched this initiative end of 2014, beginning of 2015, and it was supported by the whole government, Serbia, and all local governments. So by amending certain laws, we have, in fact, managed to sign 5 agreements in 5 river basins in Serbia. West Morava River Basin that has a joint service. Drina River Basin has a joint DRR office. The Great Morava and the part of the Danube Basin, Kolubara River Basins also. So on the territory of all the municipalities in these river basins, we have established cooperation and coordination. Now I shall give the floor to my colleague Darko. He will tell us about the characteristics of the floods, about different scenarios, what would have happened if we hadn't invested, and what happened after all the interventions we implemented.
Of course, I wouldn't talk too much. Thank you very much for your patience in advance, because the part that I would be talking about is engineering. Type 10, the topic of DRM. First of all, I apologize for the English language on slides, because we were unaware whether we would be talking in Serbian or in English. That's why the slides are in English. In brief, as of 2013 onwards, Serbia was affected by more flood-related events than what is shown on the screen. I mean, we can just see 3 specific ones that affected in 2014, 2019, 2023, which were critical for our analysis, and they were main source of information for us to develop this analysis. Actually, it is known that 2014 and the flood events were characterized by the alluvial flooding of major rivers and torrential floods from the upstreams of the river, whereas in 2019 it was characterized more by torrential floods. And 2023 is quite characteristic and critical when it comes to risks and risk resilience, because in addition to the torrential floods, Serbia was affected by groundland and urban floods caused by huge precipitations, which is something that is more and more under the focus. Total damages for the three mentioned events, at least in line with the report that covered 24 LSGs back in 2014, 19 LSGs from 2019, and 64 LSGs from 2023. You see that the total damage and losses amounted 1.5 billion euros, 60, 47, and 75 million in 2023. When they never did the damages, when the solely damage assessment were done, but not estimation of costs. To give a comparable image of what happened in 2014 and the status in 2023, we had to create event simulations to be able to compare what happened in the simulated environment in 2014 and what would happen in the event of 2023 after applying measures, most of them investment measures. There is a date on some of the slides that state that 470 million euros were invested in the flood control infrastructure. So we did simulations. Don't think that what's written that 2014 that it's an official data on the estimated damage, but just simulation. It was just a modeling. So we've selected 3 characteristic cases: Bijelica, Lučani, Čemernik, Čačak, and Kolubara in the urban zone of Valjevo. And as I mentioned, we prepared 2 scenarios. One, state of infrastructure, and the other one in 2023. We observed 4 categories of the exposed elements suffering damage: population, that is housing, road infrastructure, industry, and agriculture. So we did those assessments, and now you can see it on the slide. If we observe Bijelica case, a general presentation of the modeled part. We did the simulation of the flood wave for both cases, and as you can see on the right-hand side, the right bank did not flood in Lučani compared to what's presented on the left part of the slide. So that's the depth of the flood-prone area. In here, in detail, you can see which were the parts of the towns that and exposed infrastructural elements were. So it is important that if you see blue and orange areas, you see the differences between the X and post and X situation. The estimated damages for both events were used, and we reached the following. Against the damages in the scenario 2014, estimated to 5.5 million euros, it was reduced to 1.53 in 2023. Major part of the exposure part and the damages from 2014 was affected the housing, whereas in 2014, the major part of the damage incurred to agriculture. Then again, it is just a model and simulation. And now you will have a chance to see how it looks like in the model. You've got both scenarios, and you can slowly monitor the expansion of the flood wave for both situations in both simulated years, so to say. And we use that as a basis for the further analysis we made. You see what's going on in the situation in 2014 and the situation in 2023. So that would be all when it comes to Bielica. Now we can proceed. Čemernica River in Čačak, in the urban part of Čačak, where the simulation showed a clear image of the impact of the constructed structure on the flood-prone areas. Well, it is presented in details here, and damage assessments are also given in detail on this slide. And then again, the indicator is that reduction of the modeled damage was from 4 million euros to 815 million euros, with clear divisions of the exposure of different categories, where in 2023 housing had accounted for greater share in the damage than previously. Now you can see the simulation of flood waves in Čačak. I am repeating urban part of Čačak, central part of the town of Čačak. We did not simulate the overall flood-prone area, but simply there where we could use the data on exposure and assessment of damage. So we can continue showing other cases and go to Valjevo and Kolubara River. And in Kolubara, again, we are looking at the central part of the town. But you will see just one map in this case. And this is the flood-prone map caused by River Kolubara, because the constructed flood control structure for 2023 has proven to be, in our modeling, that just minor damages would be inflicted after the same floodway. So it is completely clear from 5.5 million damage in 2014, the damage would be reduced to 150,000 euros. So, and it affected mostly the industry. So we can see the video. And practically after this video, I will share just a few basic data. And to excuse for my additional minute point, half times that I dedicated to this explanation. Actually, the investments amounting to 16 million euros in the three mentioned locations reduced the total amount of damage individually by 72, 79, 93% respectively for each of the three towns, which is a clear indicator of the effect of what we did. That would be all by my side. I give the floor to Sandra. I'll give back the floor to Žarko. This is a clear message, beyond any doubt, but what I believe that a lot of people are interested in is the following. If the state pays for all of this, why would someone get insured? That is something that is posed as the question, bearing in mind that the transfer of risk through the insurance is, and that is the question primarily to Sandra. I mean, if we would have a time to see the conclusion, you would see that one of the things that we invested a lot is the development of the insurance system of the development state. I believe that this is quite a tricky to defend the industries, public buildings have the obligation to get insured. It is a statutory obligation. And Serbia, unfortunately, doesn't have that system of mandatory insurance is lagging behind, so to say. But bearing in mind that the GDP doubled compared to 2014 in 2023, most probably it's the period for the government of Serbia to embark into that topic more seriously. But when it comes to the public things, when huge precipitation affects, God is to be blamed. When state comes to help, rehabilitation is quite popular. So there is a kind of the question, why would the mayor invest funds or decision maker invest funds in disaster reduction? So this is the link that cannot be cut. So that is the question for both of you. And that is something that I'd say people are interested in. I am purposefully sharing this summary of the criticisms that existed. Well, let's say that it's more attractive to open a new bridge than it politically more attractive, but I would disagree with that because we get a great actual examples where mayors of local governments invested in the insurance. I can mention Sremska Mitrovica that invested back in 2014, had just damages on the agricultural crop which were insured. On the other hand, the awareness in the politics should be developed, but on the other hand, the centralization that's lower at the local level was not set properly. They have a lot of obligations for their own infrastructure, for the water courses of the second order, local bridges, but do not have the adequate funds, and they're undercapacitated to actually deal with, and that's why the state step in. So maybe the system should be reviewed, analyzed, and see the capacities the local governments face with what they can really do with their own capacity and to strengthen their capacity. Continuing strengthening of the capacities is one of the recommendations of our analysis. Darko, bearing in mind disaster risk, water management strategy, we saw the level of investment. We saw the effects on the simulation of what would happen if 2014 would affect it again. But I'm interested, what's invested? It is not reaching the level of what state asks for in its strategic documents. On the other hand, it's more than in any decade in the last 50 years. Where do you think that decision-making part is lacking, or decision-making to invest in prevention, bearing in mind the results that you've just shared with us? It's not that it's lacking. It's a huge amount of funds for the projected 20 years. It was projected that 2 billion euros should be invested into the flood defense area. Those are huge funds on one hand side. Now, at this point of time, a lot of funds, if we observe back, a lot of funds were invested because 2014 has shown us how disastrous effects floods could cause. However, we need to observe, as you mentioned, last 50 to 40 years. It was not invested as needed. I have to say that my late father, who was in water management sector, used to say, and He was involved in the River Sava flood defense, he said. I kindly ask God to give us one more flood to finish whatever with it. It's not easy to say, but it's the question of the perception. It's really the issue of perception, because flood defense is not solely construction of some boring, invisible structures, because it should be shown. Each and every defense structure has a multiple function. If we're talking about retentions, we need to reiterate the benefits for the hunting, forestry, recreation. Levees could be used for riding bicycle and for walking. But all of it, I mean, bearing in mind that the precipitation would be more intensive, more frequent, that we would have a... Now, the scientists has proven that. With such knowledge, what we are lacking in decision-making in your engineering view, and knowing that you worked globally, you shouldn't solely focus on Serbia. Globally, there is a lack. The perception should be changed globally. The public should be aware of potential damages. Flood risk assessment that was done in 2021 clearly indicates critical points and where we need to respond, where we need to devise disaster reduction plan. But the public should ask for it. What would stimulate decision makers in most of the cases is the pressure. I wouldn't say the pressure of the public, but the public that is aware of the consequences based on what they witnessed. Urban floods are a special category, special story that is actually awaking people. Huge towns that were mostly protected. Novi Sad is protected, Belgrade is protected. Small towns are not protected, but not a single city is protected from urban floods. Oh, Belgrade is protected, that's something new for me. Now I'll give the floor to the audience, but just last question to Sandra. If you would go beyond the mode that you've lived for 10 years in the reconstruction, 2014 reconstruction lasted for a certain period of time, but the reconstruction in 2023 lasted for another period of time, a shorter one. So if you could just shed the light on the difference in time invested, what we did so as to shorten the time in 2023, what still needs to be done. So that is something that is important when to think about in reconstruction and reflect upon the future. Can I simply ask for the last slide? And I will respond to Žarko's question. But what was good is that the state organized itself properly and that it started process 2 months after the floods, that we started paying citizens immediately. But that process lasts because the people with unresolved ownership issues are waiting for the assistance. So there are clear criteria who can get the assistance under which circumstances. So when everything is clearly, the assistance comes rapidly. But when the legal conditions are not there, so the citizens need to resolve their ownership issue to be able to get the funds. In these 10 years, we promoted a lot, and the citizens know that if the disaster is proclaimed, that the local government would assist, would organize the assistance to the state. So this period, we've exercised a lot because we had almost in every year, unless in 15 were affected by disaster. In 22, we simply focused on water management, and that has contributed to the fact that our citizens know and expect that they would get assistance. They stand ready to ask for it. But on the other hand, you see the huge trend of reduction in the request of the citizens. So at the individual, we did a lot at the individual level to protect your own home and not to have them flooded. But what needs to be done? We did not adapt damage assessment methodology, which should be harmonized with PDNA, that it should be adopted to have more precise and accurate data about what's going on in the field, not only when any disaster affects. What would it give us? I mean, it would give us the clear assessment of what's going on and how much we need to invest in the preventive compared to the methodology that is still in force of 1987. Or, for instance, risk assessment that is based on probability to be able to know. But when the disaster affects, then we know the scenario. And to assess all these damages and needs, and then we know how we need to act in the future. One is the politics, that is developmental politics, investing in the preventive side. But investment in the reconstruction is something completely else. We're waiting that something happened, and then we embark into which is the most expensive. The question from the audience.
Microphone, please. We mentioned insurance. We did not see in the presentation how much of the damage was covered by insurance. According to Swiss REA, 38% is covered by insurance on average. Here in Serbia, it is 10 to 15%. How do we, as insurers, can help the state? And the state, how can the state help us? Because if the state covers all these damages, what is the point of insurance? And we as institutional investors can significantly help the state build all these mechanisms through preventive measures, but we need to also work on raising awareness. If there is a damage in the agricultural sector, and for instance, raspberry growers can get refunded, and they have 70% of the insurance is covered by subsidies. What is it that we can jointly? What are joint activities that we can implement so that this insurance program comes to life? Okay. We, as the Insurers Association, are asking ourselves, why aren't certain risks, insurance against certain risks is obligatory? We realize this is a kind of a parafiscal. You mentioned 10 to 15%. This is the property in total, but it's below 5%, even lower than what you mentioned. It was 2.5% in 2014 when we started the reconstruction process. The insurance system is about risk transfer, to transfer the risk from the state to the insurance companies, and this is something we need to do. But this is a topic of tomorrow's day. We will have 3 panels addressing this topic. So I propose that perhaps we continue and hear our colleagues, international experts in this area, to see how we can all together help the state to establish, to implement the risk transfer mechanisms. Any more questions from our audience? Seems there are no questions. So, well, our time is up for this panel. So thank you for presenting this study, and for BioExpert is the company that developed the studies. I thank them as well, and I certainly hope that you will have the opportunity to take a look at this study in more detail once it is published in the foreseeable future, in a couple of weeks. And we look forward to hearing your constructive comments and feedback. Thank you once again, and now we are going on to our next panel.
Ali
Molim? Nisam iz Ministarstva životne sredine.
izvolite vi pored mene, gospodine Kolakoviću. Da li se čujemo?
Pa slabo se čujemo. Can
Ne čujemo se.
Moje ime, veliko mi je zadovoljstvo.
It is a great pleasure to greet you. And I am so pleased to see so many of you on at this event organized by the Istanbul UNDP office. I am program analyst for the UNDP in charge of DRR. As you can see, the topic of this topic focuses on regional cooperation of the Western Balkan countries in the context of building back better, in better prevention, response, and a coordinated approach at the national policy level, DRR policy level, and both at the regional level. We have an expert audience here, and as you well know, the EU and its directives, such as the Flood Directive, Environmental Impact Directive, and the acquis in protection of critical infrastructure, and the security agenda impose a coordinated, concerted efforts and approach to DRR and DRM, encouraging all member states to improve their capacities, but at the same time to implement an integrated management approach, both at the environmental, public health and infrastructure level, and at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level, and transnational. We will open these topics with eminent panelists. First of all, I would like to greet the acting Assistant Minister and Head of Emergency Management Sector, Luka Čaušić, Mr. Goran Puzović, Director of Public Enterprise Serbia Waters, and Mr. Igor Kolaković, Assistant Director for Technical Affairs of the Vojvodina Waters. And when it comes to regional cooperation, we cannot talk about regional cooperation without our colleagues from the region. Our dear colleague Vera Baturan from the Rescue and Protection Directorate of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Montenegro. Welcome. Mr. Jiber Mirta, Head of the Water Management Sector of the Ministry for the Environment and Urban Planning of Northern Macedonia. So I would like to ask Mr. Luka Čaušić to tell us in more detail about this coordinated approach. And I forgot one of the panelists. Forgive me. Mr. Miljan Rančić. He is in charge of response in crisis situations in the health sector from the WHO office in Serbia. Now let's go back to the emergency crisis response sector. When we talk about coordinated approach, it is important to emphasize the role of your sector in the area of coordination at local and national level. So this is why I am giving the floor for you to open this panel to tell us more about where we are and where we were in 2014. Since you have been heading this sector for a very long time. Good afternoon, everyone. We cannot talk about emergency situations management without mentioning 2014 as an illustrative example where our sector bore the greatest part of the burden in terms of rescuing our citizens. In 2014, from 15 to 23rd of May, we evacuated 31,879 of our citizens. Our sector evacuated 8,454 individuals and saved over 4,000 of our citizens. Why am I mentioning this? Because all of our capacities, the capacities of our sector, were deployed. There was absolutely no one left for any other tasks. Dejan Lazarevic, our colleague, the sound is really awful. One of our colleagues lost his life saving another person, but this was one of the most challenging events in the history of our country, and huge efforts were required for our sector. One of our other colleagues unfortunately also died as a result of the huge stress that was the finding of the physicians. So in addition to our emergency sector, all other sectors, stakeholders were involved in rescuing people. From helicopter to other special units, all the way to the criminal police units, everyone was deployed on the same task. This system we built, we started building it much before 2014. I need to emphasize the role of the previous head of sector for emergency management, who is the originator of this sector. So starting 2007, we started building our system. The sector was established under the law on emergency situations, adopted and acted in December 2009, when, in line with the Hyogo framework, we enacted and implemented and transposed all of the standards from this framework, and we established crisis teams for emergency situations. The first emergency situation was proclaimed in February, even before 2014. We're not unprepared for 2014. To the contrary, the system was in place, but of course it cannot be compared to the system nowadays. But at that point of time, I believe the state responded adequately. I was constantly on the ground, and I've seen many images that will stick to me for the rest of my life. So what I want to say is that the system was already in the process of being built, and we were not unprepared. However, it was an eye-opener in 2014. And I will tell you now what changed from 2014 to now. First of all, communication. Mr. Puzovic and I, we talk on a daily basis. Whenever there is a forecast of heavy rains, any kind of rains, in fact. So that was not the case before 2014. All of us, stakeholders in the rescue system and emergency management system, are in daily contact. I will tell you about some of the projects we already implemented in the previous period. In 2014, we realized that disasters happen. And just a short digression, I would like to say that our country is much safer now than 2014 because significant resources were invested in infrastructure. And when it comes to the emergency management sector, just one indicator, 2014 we had 6 specialist teams. Now we have 27 rescue specialist teams. We've purchased hundreds of vehicles. Our equipment is much, much better relative to 2014. We are much better equipped, not only with new equipment, but also in terms of human resources. And along with the key infrastructural construction works, we can conclude that we are now safer than we were back in 2014. However, there is a second challenge. Climate is still continuing to change, and it is much more dangerous and hazardous. We had, let's say, 9,000 fires more than last year, and we've had the problem of floods in Central Europe and potential risk at the large rivers here in Serbia. So the focus changed in a very short time from high, potentially hazardous temperatures. We have had to shift to the risk of flood. But nowadays, even when it comes to fires, forest fires, we have much less casualties than in the previous period. For the first time last year, we encountered a supercell storm, the challenge of a supercell storm, the first time ever. So these are challenges that we need to monitor and continue to invest in prevention. It has been said so many times, 1 dinar invested in preventively will save you 10 dinars post-disaster. So the point being that we need to be ready for what lies ahead. The question is not whether there will be a flood, the question is when will we have another flood. So we are continuously investing concerted efforts to introduce innovative methods, in addition to acquiring new equipment and in addition to training our personnel in order to reduce risk. Very soon, with our colleagues from the Ministry for Public Investment, we will be pioneering, we will have a pioneering DRR activity. You will hear in more detail about this later on. I would like to thank our colleagues from the Ministry of Public Investment for accepting and helping us develop this concept and idea. Soon we will have a pioneering project, DRR project. On the other hand, I also must reiterate that an citizen alert system has been established, and this is one of the most important things when it comes to saving lives. Our sector's main goal is to save lives and property. And, of course, also to provide and offer our assistance to other. We have a coordinating role. And so this phone alert system through SMS messages was implemented with the telecommunications ministry, Vojvodina Waters, Serbia Waters, Geodetic Authority, Seismologic, and other stakeholders, so as to alert and warn citizens if there is a potentially hazardous situation, whether man-made or natural disaster. So a well-informed citizen is a safer citizen. So going back to your question, what lies ahead are the amendments to existing legislation. This is in the pipeline. We have a strategy, an action plan we have to adopt. 161 local governments have made risk assessments. 138 a rescue and protection plan. So we are about to amend the laws. I think these laws are not, this is my opinion, they're not set in stone. We need to monitor new challenges, new risks, and adjust accordingly. Also adjust the legal framework accordingly if you want to keep abreast of new developments on the ground. So let us take a look at these slides. I just want to mention that we have acquired some new helicopters, choppers. We have 4 heavy and 2 specialized helicopters for extinguishing fires, and with a huge capacity for water, carrying water. The 2014 flood was in fact is the motivation and of today's gathering. However, we must mention the risk of fires, because if there are more fires, there's more, the land is more at risk of landslides and torrential floods. This nature is all interconnected. All these phenomena are connected, and I think that Serbia is progressing in this area, and if we continue in the same manner, I expect we will be one of the most efficient services in Europe in the context of the number of population, the geographical and other features. So, yes, this was an excellent answer, and my following question is, how important was regional cooperation to improve our national DRR system, and for you as for your sector, in the context of climate change and in the context of new transnational challenges? Nowadays, we have a lot of conflicts and potential conflicts worldwide. So combating climate change is something that will bring us all together. We have excellent cooperation with almost all European EU services, European services there, and of course with the colleagues and I would say friends from the region, our counterparts, when we are providing assistance. And this was a record year in terms of the number. For 13 times we've sent help assistance through the civil protection mechanism of the EU, 6 times on a bilateral basis. But when you are present on the ground, you realize that we all know each other. We are even friends, and this is very important when an event occurs that requires asking and providing assistance, as Serbia is. When Serbia sometimes provides assistance, but in the future it might happen that we will need assistance. There is a problem with the sound. Prekida zvuk. Serbia has proven that it has the capacity to absorb assistance. You need to have serious capacities to just absorb assistance. It's not just about receiving assistance. You need to deploy this assistance, and I think that Serbia proved its capacity in doing that, in achieving that. I think that regional cooperation is key. We need to improve the DPPI organization, bringing together Southeast European countries. We need to embark on joint projects. We have to have quick information and efficient information exchange between our counterpart services. And if you have a good, reliable forecast for a flood wave, then you can prepare adequately. In the region, we exchange both formally and informally our experiences, and we know that we have had serious problems when there were no notifications from other countries to us in terms of preparing. So our institution can definitely help network, and Serbia can be proud of us. Thank you, Mr. Čaušić. On behalf of UNDP, we are also proud of how you have been able to improve the DRR system, both in legislative and operational system. And we'd like to thank the EU for enabling investments, significant investments, through the UNDP and other stakeholders. So our message to colleagues from Western Balkan countries is improving cooperation.
And when we spoke about 2014 and Mr. Pausic, the image that is constantly in front of my eyes, and two persons that became the symbol back in 2014, in addition to already mentioned Mr. Predrag Maric, is Mr. Goran Puzovic, that we managed to see on a daily basis in the field. He is a member of working in the water management company Serbia Voda in 2020. Has been working for this, so we've got a nice continuity so that you can observe where we are and where are we heading. So how do you observe the current situation, Mr. Puzovic? Oh, we're having a problem. Unfortunately, we cannot hear. We do not have input. Sorry. Sorry. Somehow the images are deeply in our face. So we lived and we, with the people that suffered a lot of tragedies, they lost their close ones, they've lost everything that they've created for their home lives, and we know that the Republic of Serbia helped them a lot for those people to resume their lives. When we observe back to 2014, we see that it was a kind of a trigger for everything what happened in the last 10 years. We did not have a single year with no disasters. Those 180 liters of floods that at extreme now is becoming standard. Now, what happened, the climate is changing and the problems are exacerbated. So what would be our response and what was the response we see? Serbia Vode, after that flood wave, had three main tasks. Is to try to rehabilitate all water structures that were damaged or destroyed. The second task were to set the lines of communication, what Luka just mentioned. Back in 2014, we and the sector had a great communication. Nowadays, we've got the communication, the overall communication, horizontally and vertically. So we, at the central level and the local self-government, now we know with the precision of all headquarters. And the number 9992 was the culmination of the communication that each and every citizen knows and gets the information properly, that they need to take care of themselves and their families. And third task was related to development, preparation of one new investment cycle for the preparation of new projects. And now, behind us, we've got 750 constructions in 103,000 municipalities where we were invested in the rehabilitation aspects to put them in full function. On the other hand, we had the 28 direct investment for directly increasing the level of security. And what we had the chance to see in the presentation, City of Valjevo is one of the examples of an integral development and the protection from huge precipitation and all regulation works, dams and embankments that we did throughout the town, and we did it on tributaries. So this is just an example how we need to proceed and try to protect each and every inch of our country. Serbia has 99 flood-prone areas, significant flood-prone areas, a large number of flood-prone areas, and now I can say we just passed 1/3 of the road. Now we need what we need to do. We know that everything is related with huge investments. There is not a single task that could be finalized with a small amount of funds. We know that huge barriers exist related to the ownership issue, planning document, occupied area, where huge retention dams, accumulation should be constructed, and other water defense structure. Now it's filled with houses. All valleys of small rivers are overflooded with the infrastructures, so which is creating us a huge problem. If we rely on big rivers, Dunav River, Sava, Morava, and the prior generation constructed serious water structures, and we are ready, and we have a lot of time for reaction and response. The problem is 11,000 of the small water courses of the second order, with everything affects in a day, and the response can be measured in hours. And that is something that is ahead of us. Construction of the cadaster of the water of the second order, with the local government to defining their priorities. We need to classify them so as to have the document and stand in front of the state and the donor about what's ahead of us and what else we need to do in the proper way. On the other hand, without further ado, I would like to extend the thanks to UNDP for standing by us throughout this period. Without of you, without of your logistic, without of your approach to resolution of certain problems, we would be vaguing. But jointly with your strengths and other creditors and people who allocated the funds after 2014, I would like to extend the thanks to you who helped to improve and resume lives in Serbia. We do recall those 15th and 14th May. Everything stopped. Whatever you had the chance to see, whatever you observed by that moment, stopped. And it was unbelievable, provides that we would be ever able to restore the life. We were affected by floods in the Central Europe was affected by floods. I don't know whether someone noted the statement of the people in Vienna, but he said, the Danube is flooding, but the small tributaries are bringing all debris into the Danube. So fighting those phenomena at the torrential flood is our priority. On the other hand, the urban floods, and we need to intensify all of our actions. Thank you very much. We observed the impressive figures about the achievements made and what's been invested in the water management sector in the previous period. And I'm very glad that within the disaster risk register, we've started developing the register of the water courses of the second order, and bearing in mind, since we've got a guest from region, Mr. Puzovic is in charge of all big rivers in the territory of our country. So, what were the most effective way to coordinate when it comes to flood risk and the transnational rivers, and what are the examples of the good cooperation that you can now share with us? Of course, that you cannot do a single thing independently. Whatever falls in Schwarzwald ends up in Romania or in Ukraine. So the communication, exchange of all information and in state and among the institution at the international level brings us the benefit so that we can manage the information and timely act. Hydromet being our institution that, in line with the law, is in charge of sharing the official information and the forecast that we need to respond and exchange information with them, and upstream water courses coming to Serbia are giving us a timely information so that we can timely actually prepare ourselves to respond. One of the good examples was LAD in 2017 that we all forgot about, and thanks to the cooperation with the Republic of Hungary, we managed to keep safe all navigation roads, because we know that in 70 ice actually caused a lot of. Unfortunately, we do not have the ice-breaking fleets it was imposing, but the transition left the trace. Now we've got just some leftovers of those fleets, and we need to rely on the friend country that needs to protect themselves, but to take care of our country. But that communication is existing, and this is the example of the good cooperation. On the other hand, what Luca didn't mention is the communication and the cooperation with what happened in the 10 days in Bosnia and Herzegovina, emergency management sector deployed its team to the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We helped them upon the approval issued by President of the Republic. We sent our teams and assisted those people to overbridge those difficult situations they were facing with. So the communication is there, cooperation exists, solidarity is there. Back in 2014, we were the recipient in several occasions. Now we were the provider of the support. And when difficult times strike, we are all actually fighting for someone's life, for someone's property. Thank you very much. Today we've got Mr. Igor Kolakovic, who is coming from Vojvodina. We know that back in 2014 we had a huge flood event in Vojvodina at the border of three states, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Croatia. What happened then? Well, water management company Water Vojvodina defended the flood waves at the Sava River because we are competent on its left river bank and in Matra. It started on 26th of April because before that flood wave we had some previous flood waves that actually raised the level of water, so that the water, that precipitation that affected us in May is simply measured in Croatia to the 1,000-year river, and in our country at the 100-year level of water, luckily or unluckily. The embankment broke through in Croatia, and the water, that water flooded Jaminja nasilja. Cooperation was at a very high level, and as my colleagues, panelists here has already mentioned, with the emergency management sector we cooperated properly, nicely, and with our colleagues from the water management company. Serbia was constant, and we need to cooperate. When it comes to interregional cooperation, we received the information from the colleagues from Croatia, what was going on then. And when the embankment broke, we started applying measures that contributed to the fact to save some settlements. Unfortunately, Jamina was not able to be safe because the capacity of the water was not able to be prevented, but we've constructing the embankment and prevented that Vojnović and Srpska Rača be flooded, and Višnjica. Cooperation with the colleagues from Croatia was primarily focused on communication. And 7 days after the breakthrough of the embankment, we had a meeting where we agreed on the next steps. Luckily, back then we agreed that the embankment in Serbia is cut so to let the water flow, but our hydromelioration system and the pumping station retained all this water. We need to mention that we had a great cooperation with the hydropower plant Đerdap, which preventively lowered the water in its retention. And we would like to extend the thanks to the Republic of Romania, who actually helped us and absorbed the water. We, as Vojvodina Vode, and on behalf of the Water Directorate of the Ministry, we are cooperating with Romania and Hungary. And last week, we had the joint tour of the water defense, flood defense structure in our territory and the territory of the two mentioned states. So the cooperation is there. We cannot work without the cooperation, and in the future we need to intensify that cooperation because we see that the precipitations are more severe, and we need to strengthen the cooperation. What is our task for the future is that we need to adapt to the changes that will come. Voda Vojvodina needs to start a project funded by the EU, Adaptisa, where we would be working on TISA modeling. We would use artificial intelligence that would collect the data on a daily basis from the TISA basin, give us the forecast, prognosis, guidelines, how to respond, and where we need to act. That is something that we are trying to modernize. I'm sure that it would be applied to all other water courses. What is our vision is we switch from the passive water defense to focus on the active water defense, implying the construction of accumulation where we would actually get the water in a controlled fashion, thereby reduce the peak of the waterway, enabling, actually preventing overflooding at the critical section. Do you have any other plans you would like to share with us? Plans focused on the next period. Yes, we've got, we talked with the Water Directorate, Republic Water Directorate, and this is an old idea that we would like to materialize, and that is to construct the accumulation in Moravičke forest at the River Sava, because back in 2014, those forests shown to be the perfect place that could absorb a large quantity of waters, where for the construction of the forest roads, we've got a micro retention slowing down the floodways. And which would, as I mentioned, contribute to slow down the water wave, that we as the water management gain time to evacuate the population or to construct new levees and embankments. So the idea is to start constructing the lacking documentation that we need. We need to start with the studies, planning document, designs, and since it is at the border with Croatia and that forest is shared between two states, we definitely need to have the international cooperation. And we know that the Republic of Serbia has its own members in the Sava Commission. We actually want to, in such a way, improve the defense at the Sava River Basin. Thank you very much, Mr. Kolakovic, and we wish you a fruitful work. And now we focused with the response, but now we will have a chance to hear a bit more about the experience of our colleagues from the region, from Montenegro, about another process, and this is the process of the development and needs assessment. So, Mr. Rebatura is here, so please take the floor.
So, do we hear Ms. Vera Baturan, or do we need a microphone here? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this event. I thank everyone on my behalf and on behalf of the Directorate for Protection and Rescue of the Ministry of Interior of Montenegro for this invitation. It is an honor for me to have been invited and to take part in this important event and hear important experiences and practices so that we all raise our level of preparedness to catastrophes and disastrous events that can impact any one of us. So before I present the PDNA process in Montenegro, I would like to look back to all of the activities that Montenegro implemented in the disaster risk reduction area under the Hyundai framework. Montenegro became the contact point, specifically the Rescue and Protection Directorate, the focal point for the implementation of the Hyundai framework. And we embarked on implementing a number of disaster risk reduction activities. The next step was the establishment of the committee for DRR and the establishment of a DRR platform. Based on this national platform, we organized 10 conferences. The platform was established in 2015. One of the other activities Montenegro implemented under the Sendai framework is the adoption of a program in disaster risk reduction. We trained around 1,800 trainers in this area of our interest. The next step is the drafting of the disaster risk reduction strategy from 2018 to 2023. And the following activity was, among other, establishment of the DES Inventor, the database for Montenegro. By collecting this information and data on damages in the period from 2005 to 2022, with the help of the UNDP office. In fact, without their help and the World Bank's help, this could not have been possible. So we collected and built a database, and thanks to this database, we have a comprehensive information on disaster risk, and which enables us to prepare and increase the resilience of the community, the society, and the efficiency of our response to the risks, current and future risks, as a consequence of climate change. When it comes to the DRR processes, many local governments have taken part in a project implemented by the UNDP. We recognize that we need better planning to build resilient communities. So looking forward, we will be insisting that all local governments take part in this campaign. In 2021, we had a PDNA, a risk assessment, in fact, and we have developed 53 scenarios for individual risks and multi-risk scenarios. This was a baseline for the assessment of the capacity for disaster risk management, a baseline for a situational analysis, of the technical, financial capacities in the context of the 9 key risks that we identified, and of course also the financial assessment. So how much would these 9 risks, management of 9 risks, cost? How much does it cost? Are you talking about the project itself? Because project was funded, we didn't implement this by ourselves. It was implemented in cooperation with the UNDP office in Montenegro and in Serbia, and also with the support of the World Bank. We needed expertise, technical assistance, and financial assistance. What is important is to have a vision and then with the support of all the institutions I mentioned, the results will definitely come. So the disaster risk assessment, we've had another program with relevant EU institutions, OSCE, JICA, GIZ, UNDP office, and others. So we have achieved a high level of cooperation, both technical and practical, operational. And this conference is also about sharing these practices. And now, this is an ongoing process, an important process, and the process of recovery from disaster, which we started in 2020. If you want to change slides, please, you have you can click on the device next to you so that we can actually see the slides. As I said, this process started in 2020. This was launched by our Directorate for Rescue and Protection in cooperation with UNDP and with the support and assistance from our Serbian counterparts and the UNDP office in Serbia. And so I would avail myself of this opportunity to thank them. I see many of them here today, to thank them to express our gratitude on their support for these important processes. We had a training of 24 representatives, actually 26, from various ministries and relevant institutions. This training was provided by experts from Serbia, and I would like to thank them for this. The participants are now ready to become trainers for future committees dealing with assessment of damage needs, losses, and damage needs and losses. In the future, we will have a commission on 3 levels: the state level, the local municipality level. The state committee, the national committee, will be established by the government. The local governments will be establishing the local one, and then the business sector will be at the individual level. Business entities will have their own committees. These will be standing permanent bodies with their chairmen or chairwomen and deputies. The members of these committees and their chairpersons will have to be very highly qualified, and they will have to pass a special exam for risk assessment, needs assessment, and loss and assessment training, and they will have to be licensed. They will have a 4-year mandate. In addition to these committees or commissions, which will be permanent committees, we will have expert committees at national and municipality level, depending on whether the damage that happened after a disaster is a large scale, but it has a large scale impact, and depending on the percentage, the share of the territory affected in the state. So these expert commissions will be formed on a needs basis at the state level or local level. And the members of these committees will have their guidelines for, and will be have certain territories in their jurisdiction where they will be performing needs assessments and or loss and damage assessments. So the next activity, the following activity that is envisaged so next activity next activity in this process is the drafting of the law on reconstruction and recovery after natural, man-made or other disasters. This process started in 2023, also in collaboration with the UNDP Montenegrin office and with the support of our counterparts experts from Serbia. In parallel with this law, and this law is designed to regulate the way in which rescue will take place, as well as the granting of state aid to businesses and citizens who were affected by a disaster, who have sustained losses and damage. So this law will define the reconstruction process, all with the aim to bring, back life to its normal, everyday, regular course and protect human health and property and the environment, of course, and in order for us to be able to protect and preserve our natural and cultural resources. In parallel with this, in 2024, we produced a very important document, or rather, in January 2024, we started drafting a strategy for the disaster risk reduction strategy from 2025 to 2030. This strategy covers a period of 6 years, and in the drafting of this strategy, we had the support of the UNDP office in Montenegro. What were the steps in producing this strategy? This strategy, I must mention, is now in the ministries. It has been shared with the ministry for their feedback. 44 experts from various ministries were involved, as well as UNDP and Montenegrin office experts. So the elements of this DRR strategy, or rather its structure, is the introduction, situational analysis. Our vision is described in this strategy, strategic and operational goals. We have 112 strategic and operational goals. When it comes to strategic goals, these are the priorities in line with the Sendai framework. We have 4 key strategic and 6 operational specific objectives, and one of them is to make our cities resilient. We also have the strategy outlines the financial framework for the implementation of the strategy and the mechanism for monitoring, reporting, and evaluation, as well as the raising awareness, the goals in terms of raising awareness, communicating the strategy to the citizens. The strategy has its action plan for the period from 2025 to 2026. What are the steps? What were the steps in producing this strategy? Number one, we had to start with an initial assessment and ensuring stakeholder engagement, a SWOT analysis, defining our vision and goals, and financial planning. As already said, we started with drafting the strategy in January 2024, and it was shared with all the stakeholders through a consultation process. In September, we already had a proposal of the draft text of the strategy, and which was submitted to the ministries for their feedback and the local government, and we expect their feedback in the next period. So the strategy itself and the draft law on the recovery will be finalized in the last quarter of 2024, by the end of this year, that is. Hopefully they will be adopted. Following the adoption of the strategy and the law, we will start drafting our PDNA. These are the upcoming developments, and we are envisaging trainings of the members of the commissions that I mentioned according to the PDNA methodology, post-disaster needs assessment. So I would just like to announce an event, a key event for our country and broader. We will have a forum, DRR forum, from 6 to 8 November this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vera, very much. It was very glad to hear from you and from your rich experience in PDNA, and definitely see you in Budva. Now, with Vera, we've actually deviated from water management, but 10 years after floods could again go back to water management. And we've got Ilber Mirta, head of the water sector within the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning of Northern Macedonia. Welcome. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting our generation to take part in this quite an important event related to floods. I'm coming from the Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning, which in line with the law on waters, in entity responsible for managing of water resources in Macedonia. It implies use of water, protection of water from pollution, and protection from water, meaning from floods. So in addition to the Ministry of Environment, other responsible entities in flood protection are the Ministry of Agriculture, Center for Crisis Management, Hydromet, Directorate for Rescue and Protection, Water Management Company, and of course, municipalities. As a candidate country to the EU, we, like Serbia, transposed EU directives into our legal framework with slight deviations from the flood directive, because that flood directive entered into force in 2007 when we already adopted our water law. But that is our obligation to harmonize our actually law on water with the directive in line with the water flood framework directive. Water resource management is organized per water basins through river-based management plans and flood risk management plans, which contain measures to implement the directive, bearing in mind that all river basins in Macedonia are of the cross-border character, meaning that we are sharing our rivers with the bordering countries Albania, Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia. That is actually making us responsible to improve the cooperation when it comes to the implementation of the water basin management plans implementation. That cooperation should be based on joint agreements among countries in the region and through joint cooperation bodies, and those bodies could be, for instance, bodies to improve the cooperation among the region. So in that regard, it is worth mentioning the International Cross-Border Water Convention, since we are, as a regional country, ratified that convention. It is a good tool that we can use to improve cross-border cooperation. To properly manage the waters, including flood protection, one country needs to have a good water infrastructure in place, efficient irrigation systems, sufficient measuring stations, the flood risk and flood hazard maps, and efficient system of early warning. What's the situation in our country when it comes to water infrastructure? For instance, 88% of the population is covered with the water supply system. We've got 27% of wastewaters that are treated in 25 water treatment plants in Macedonia. There are 27 dams and 120 small dams which are used for water accumulation, which is afterwards used for irrigation. We have 6,800 kilometers of irrigation network. But we still face with the problem with the systems that are in place, because they're obsolete, not maintained properly, and we need investments to actually reconstruct. When it comes to investments, then we've got the problem. But the Ministry of Environment and the Spatial Planning is implementing 2 big projects, loan from the European Investment Bank, which amounting to 50 million euros, which we would use to improve the water structure. I mean, focusing on the sewage system and waste treatment plant. And recently we signed an agreement with Hungary for the loan to improve the economic status and the improvement of water infrastructure in Macedonia. So we are heading into the good direction to improve the mentioned infrastructure. Of course, there are other institutions that is, for instance, Ministry of Agriculture, that is planning to invest in the coming 10 years 20 million euros each and every year into the irrigation systems. Of course, in addition to these baseline measures for the improvement of the water infrastructure, we have the donors and the international organizations, starting from the EU, which is the bigger donor than World Bank, GIZ, UNDP. We definitely need to mention UNDP. They actively work in our country. With their projects, with the projects that I mentioned, implemented by the donors, it's very important to mention that we are quite active in Black River Basin. We have a regional project with the colleagues from Montenegro and Albania, and we are jointly implementing all activities with the aim of improving our cooperation and we are in all countries, we're trying to invest into our systems, and the trainings are organized under that regional project because this area is not well developed in our country. It is important and worth mentioning that within this project we have some infrastructural activities. We have one pilot project for Satarska River, which is joining the Orinsko Lake, which is nice lake. And the goal of this pilot project is to to change the course to riverbed, thereby improving the quality of the water in that lake that I mentioned. And the lake is protected from polluting. We have a lot of planned activities in our country, starting from improving the legal framework up until the better coordination among institutions that is not always at the desired level. Then, as I mentioned, we have a lot of investments into the water infrastructure. International cooperation should be renewed. We've got some kind of the old agreement that should be renewed and extended with our neighboring countries. And of course, in that part, we need to mention the participation of the private sector. So, we have a lot of work ahead of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mirta. Where do you see the water management sector and the possibility for greater participation of the private sector? Well, private sector can participate at the local level, actually. To help with the investments into the water supply, sewage system, wastewater treatment. The private sector is in securing in insurance part. It is not at the advanced level, but we need to stimulate the private sector involvement. Thank you for recognizing the private sector as an important factor to improve the water management system, and thereby we observe the private sector as an important part of my last but not the least are Miljan Rančić, World Health Organization. Whatever we do where in the efforts investing into water management, reducing risks of the disaster, it is all with aiming to improve the health of the citizens. We observe that the EU is, and all EU directives are making that horizontal intersectoral cooperation with the health sector is stimulating. So can you tell me what is the situation at the Western Balkan? What's the level of preparedness of the countries at the Western Balkan for the health response to the existing crisis? Can we measure the level of preparedness, and what are you doing in that regards to help them improve the situation?
On behalf of the WHO, I'd like to greet everyone. And including the preparedness in emergency situations sector. I'm very honored to be one of the panelists. I am the personification of the institutional memory. At the time of the floods we are marking today, I was in the Ministry of Health and the Public Institute of Serbia, and I have been with the WHO since 2018. So I have the I am preserving the institutional memory of all the activities we have undertaken in this area. It might be not clear why this panel dedicated to strategies and investing in policies and strategies for preparedness for the response prevention to DRR and DRR. It seems health seems to be kind of overlooked, but I will now prove that this is not the case. According to the PDNA, the key assessment, the key factor in the assessment is public health. What is the risk to human health and human safety? We are protecting people in the first place. As the Ministry of Health in 2018-2019 participated in the disaster risk reduction strategy, and the assessment of risks, one of the key groups of risks was risk of epidemics or pandemics. At that time, we applied a very complex methodology according to the scenarios envisaged. We have tried to identify all of the financial and other implications of a serious pandemic. Surprisingly, it came as a surprise to all of us. The figure that we arrived to, just taking a seasonal flu, it was surprising to see that the assessed financial impact was at the very top, with the highest possible impact. Because when we talk about health, there are a lot of hidden financial implications. And as strange as this might have seemed at the time, life proved that even that very high scenario and assessment was overcome because the implication is not only on health and lives of this type of disasters, but the impact, it is also an economic, environmental impact, and we have an impact on society as a whole. In the 2014 floods in Serbia, 211, or rather 2/3 of the territory was affected. There were 57 direct victims. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that something that was not mentioned. All conditions were in place for a catastrophic epidemic, which did not happen. So I would like to praise the public health system. But that situation also pointed to weaknesses. And the WHO is working to improve these and weaknesses, to fill the gaps with other relevant ministries. We have a center for coordination in Belgrade for the entire of the Balkan region, the Western Balkans. How are we doing this? How do we assist the public health system to prepare for disasters? We always start with assessing the situation and assessing the risks. This is the very initial step. And then we design the potential mitigation measures and the plans for preparedness, for responding, for efficient response. And then the next step is testing the plans, and based on the outcomes of these simulation exercises, we then proceed to design plans. We have very good tools that we can use to improve preparedness for crisis. I will just to mention what Jelena said. Good partners reliable partners of the WHO are developmental partners like the European Union and our sister organizations, UNDP, for instance. And currently we are implementing an IPA project, the pre-accession funds, focusing on strengthening the capacity of the health system to be prepared for emergency situations. We mentioned several times today the disaster risk register, and we had a whole segment under this project to expand the disaster risk register by including all data important for the public health. When we talk about public health risk assessment in crisis situations, we are finalizing risk assessment according to the methodology that Mr. Čaušević said that they also use the same methodology in the local governments. We have actually applied a similar methodology, but focusing on risks to public health. And we've trickled this down to the local government because this type of assessment does not make sense on a large scale, for instance, at the level of the Mačva district, where you have Bogatic and a very flat region, and Bogatic with more mountainous and torrential floods and with other kinds of risks. So we need to tailor the public health system response to the local level risks. So we are now about to complete the public health risk assessment according to World Bank methodology in partnership with the UNDP. In the context of crisis and emergency situation, we have excellent cooperation with the Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Health. We have exchanged data at the highest level in order not to overlap data. Another goal of this assessment is, for this IPA project, is that based on the quantified, identified public health risks, specific public health risks at level local government, in the next phase, the WHO will assist the development of the plans and response to these public health risks that will be complementary to other plans in this sector. According to the public health law, local government units, primarily through their public health councils and other bodies, are obliged to assess risks and produce planning documents for response. Just as we had vaccination points at a level of municipalities during the pandemic and other measures, in this next phase of our project, we will address this by developing specific plans for each individual local government. When we talk about strengthening structural, material capacities of the public health sector or system, but also of our whole society to health risks that can be pandemics, epidemics, but that can have secondary hazards as well. We've had quite a lot of luck, but also a well-planned system, and there was no epidemic in 2014, which could have been expected. So in that sense, we are strengthening a system by applying the international standards and rules for public health at global level that are ratified or confirmed and ratified in Serbia from 2006. And the state has the obligation to report on 19 different technical areas with 49 indicators through 13, that is respectively 19 areas. And I would like to answer Yelena's question. Is progress in establishing the prevention and preparedness system quantifiable in the public health sector? Yes, we can measure it through these indicators that we identified. There are standardized questionnaires and forms for annual reports and 5-year reports, where we have elements such as coordination, intersectoral mechanisms, public health aspect of crisis situations, legal instruments, laboratory facilities, monitoring system, not only when it comes to epidemics, but other public health risks, such as chemical accidents or potentially radioactive and nuclear accidents, spread of zoonotic diseases. We are implementing a lot when it comes to the principle of integrated health, where we have ministries and various state institutions collaborating and through concerted action to and the UNDP and the World Bank are enabling technical assistance and exchange of information and trainings in this context. So capacities also for intersectoral communication are being strengthened. In all these areas, we are implementing activities in parallel in Bosnia, in Herzegovina, Albania, Serbia, Montenegro, Northern Macedonia, etc. And this is to a great extent coordinated by WHO, but since these are candidates for EU accessions, these activities are aligned with methodologically with the ECDC, European Center, and in partnership with the Ministries of Health. Thank you. Your input concerning public health assessment and response is very important information that you shared when it comes to future development of methodology and risk reduction in the future. So I think we should allow the audience to also ask questions, but just one more question previous to that.
This is going to be as a part of the response what I failed to mention a few moments ago. In addition to direct raising the awareness to protect the health of the population as such, in the normative and methodological competency of the World Health Organization is the ensuring of the structural security in the healthcare institution. When we're speaking about the healthcare facilities, to simplify it, healthcare clinics, hospitals, and in this case, it's been mentioned in several occasions by the representative from the other countries to have the documented level of risk of certain facilities, so to be able to apply for the project funds for possible investments into their reconstruction. So we are implementing the assessment of the level of security of the healthcare institution which were affected by floods. Again, applying the methodology of the World Health Organization, we are documenting the level of security. This is the hospital security index, so as to be able to apply for the funds one day. What are the good practices and challenges in that regard? On our path of strengthening the health readiness and preparedness, sorry. It is a good institutional heritage in the Western Balkan countries. When I'm referring to Republic of Serbia, I will remind us all that in COVID has been hurt quite intensively, and that is the destiny, unfortunately, of the public health. So as long as we are not well hurt, there's no problem. In the floods, what we mentioned, nobody heard a lot about the public health, which was good because it would be quite bad if you heard a lot. But in this case, there is a functional network, 24th Institute for Public Health, and they are almost representing the sole capacities at the district level. We've got the district as administrative units, but the sectors and the headquarters, emergency headquarters, are questionable in terms what's the capacity to be strengthened, particularly from the local level or the national level. But when it comes to the public health, we know very functional institutes and the network of in each and every county district. And it has proven to be quite good and efficient way to swift collection of information, but also to dissemination from the national to the center to the local level. Orders, instructions, what need to be in place in locally, because each and every public institution in its own respective area in real time are getting the information from the hospitals and health centers in their centers. So this is the functional measure that we use intensively in strengthening the capacity. Of course, that we are facing the challenge in funding, whether the network will be transformed, reduced. But this is the institutional heritage of the previous times. It was not all bad in the previous times. But what are the challenges? Challenges are the sustainability of the implemented projects. Why challenges? Of sustainability. We are all well aware that it is not in the focus, and COVID has contributed, and it's been stated, I wouldn't be the first to speak about that in addition to all negative sides of the COVID, we had the positive, which is to use those circumstances to strengthen the existing capacity there. So the existence on the staff in the Ministry of Health, as such, we are understaffed to ensure the sustainability. I mean, it's not to blame the people for that, but there's the law on moratorium on the employment and establishment of the program, of a regular program of the simulation exercises is something that we would be working intensively on, so as not to do it ad hoc when the project funds are there, but to conduct it regularly in all territory of Serbia. Thank you, Milan, very much. And now I give the possibility to audience to pose the question. Do we have any question for our renowned panelists? It seems that it's lunchtime. One more time, do you want to ask anything to the panelists? So now I would kindly ask you to go for a lunch break, and to our panelists for their time and sharing with us where we are and where are we heading to. One applause for them.
Poštovane dame I gospodo,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, welcome to the last session of today's day. 10 years after the floods in 2014, we will now be continuing with panel number 3, focusing on investment in prevention of disasters in the Western Balkans region in the past decade. Today, we will be talking with representatives of the Ministry of Public Investment that has coordinated and implemented many public investment projects and also worked on implementing the DRR strategy, raising awareness about risks, raising capacities at all levels of government, and mobilizing the collaboration of all stakeholders. It is an honor for me to be able to present the acting director of the Ministry of Public Investment, Maria Jovanovic, Assistant Minister. I would like to greet Mr. Luka Čaušić, Assistant Minister and the Ministry of Interior, representatives of UNDP and other guests. It is a great honor for me to open this third panel, focusing on Sendai 3 framework and a national level. Today we are here to sum up the results of what we have done in the past 10 years, to take stock what we have done to protect from disasters. And I would like to emphasize that the government of Serbia, Ministry of Public Investment, will continue investing maximum efforts to decrease vulnerability and increase capacities. I'm very proud that I can point out the progress made in terms of preparedness for disaster and response to disaster. The strategy focuses on Sendai 3 framework, starting from improving local infrastructure, building a more resilient framework for the future. As we know, disasters know no boundaries and require coordinated efforts. The floods in 2014 were a turning point for Serbia, leading to significant reforms in terms of DRM and DRR. The devastating floods caused huge damage and losses, but also drove national efforts to improve the situation. In the past 10 years, we have implemented 15 national programs for recovery, setting the foundations for the future. It is clear that the government of Serbia has taken decisive and continued measures to increase resilience to future disasters. Under the leadership of the Ministry of Public Investment, we have led efforts in DRR and DRM, in building capacity at national local level, and ensuring the collaboration of all stakeholders in the DRR and DRM area. Investments in prevention in the past 10 years is greater than 10 billion. We have developed policies and launched initiatives to build capacities to improve preparedness and resilience and increase the capacities of the country to respond efficiently. In order to invest, in addition to investments in public infrastructure, we have granted state aid to individual citizens. More than 40,000 households was granted financial assistance of more than 6 billion dinars. This was a key for the recovery from the consequences of the floods. In addition to granting support to households, we have renovated, reconstructed the infrastructures. Since 2014 to 2024, we have renovated countless facilities in public health, education, and other sectors. These efforts illustrate not only the readiness and commitment of Serbia, but also its commitment to build a safer future. In the past 10 years, Serbia has established a modern legal and institutional framework for DRM and DRR and a structural systemic mechanism for assisting individual citizens. We have strengthened the cooperation between stakeholders at all government level and broader. We have developed relevant documents for risk and needs assessment. We have introduced a geo-referenced digital system through the GeoPortal Serbia and invested in preventive infrastructure against floods. Based on our experiences so far and the information that we have collected in the previous 10 years, collected through the recovery process, based on that, this will serve to create policies, raise awareness of citizens that they are individually accountable to take action, but also the obligation of the state to make the society more resilient. The Ministry of Public Investment, with other state bodies and agencies, will continue to be committed to preventive policies and building infrastructure to protect from disasters. The focus will be on future urban planning plans in cities that are particularly affected. We will also be focused on the planning of industrial areas and to mitigate the consequences of natural disasters to businesses and the economy. The result should be fewer losses. DRR is not only about reducing risk, but also on driving future resilience to ensure that society adjusts, adapts to climate change, and so that it is resilient to climate change. Thank you for your commitment, everyone. I look forward to our exchange today.
Hvala veliko, Marija. Ja sam sigurna.
Thank you very much, Maria. I do believe that the Ministry for Public Investment will continue with such huge results in the decade to come. Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, covering the period 2015 to 2030, is setting the clear guidelines for strengthening resilience of our communities and regions to natural disasters, investing in structural and non-structural measures to reduce risks. Not only that we are empowering economic, social, cultural resilience of a society, but we are protecting resources in our environment. When speaking about both structural and non-structural measures DRR, we are speaking about a wide range of initiatives, starting from the construction of protecting levees, improvement in the infrastructure, establishment of efficient early warning systems, green infrastructure, natural solutions, and raising the awareness on the importance of prevention and involvement of local communities. These measures are not only a way to reduce the consequences, they are the opportunity to create innovations, new jobs, and the improvement of the overall development. In the course of today's panel, we are going to have the opportunity to hear the representatives from institutions and our dear colleagues from UNDP and regional offices from the Western Balkans that within their own initiatives and projects dedicated the past decade to the mentioned topic. Their efforts and applicable solutions would serve us good, and I believe that only with joint efforts we could reach more stable and, what's even more important, more resilient Western Balkan system to disasters. We will continue with the experiences from Serbia after floods of 2014 and more about the water management sector, water director, its role, and all the activities focusing on improvement the water system and flood protection, and Maja Grbić, acting director of the Water Directorate within the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management of the Republic of Serbia. So Maja, please take the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. First of all, I would like to greet the Chief of the Emergency Management Sector, Mr. Čaušić, my dear collaborators, participants of this panel, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management, Water Directorate, participate at such a panel to talk about the challenges we faced with 10 years ago and to see where we are today after the elapse of 10 years. Through my presentation, try to briefly tell you about the role of the water director within the water management sector, because the other panelists, director of Serbia Voda and technical director of the Voda Vojvodina water management company, talked about their roles and what measures they undertook. I wouldn't be repetitive, but I simply believe that it is important that you know what is the role of the Water Directorate. It is an entity within the Ministry of the Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management. In its broadest form, it tackles the integrated water management. When I mention integrated water management, I refer to the water management as a whole area, meaning water land, water structure management, ways, methods to fund water structures. Then we also act in the adoption of laws, meaning the drafting of the laws and bylaws. Where you can see the web page, and you can see about all of our competences. At this slide, we can see the images, and we do recall what happened 10 years ago, May 2014, and all eyes looked at our ministry and the emergency management sector, Republic headquarters, Office for Relief and Reconstruction. So the question was posed, what to do? We needed to act without any delay. So what we did is that we adopted a national program, and that the back then relief office in a record time allocated the funds, and then they started with the rehabilitation and the rescue of both people and the elimination of the damage caused by floods. When it comes to my today's presentation and the water director, it is structured in 3 parts, but the focus would be on the last part. Those are the activities related to the capital investment. The first is the risk management. How do we do that? What are the documents that we adopt jointly with the water management companies? Then the way we organize flood defense, and then the third part would be, as I already mentioned, activities for capital investments through our directorate, that is through the ministry. When it comes to flood risk management, to better manage them, we have detected a significant flood-prone area, which in the preliminary flood risk assessment in 2012, we've identified 99 significant flood-prone areas. This document has been updated, and in 2019, we now have 101 significant flood-prone areas. What is important to mention on this occasion is that we are still collecting the data, and that we expect that in the coming year we would update the mentioned document, meaning significant flood-prone areas are important for the water management because they have the risk map and hazard map. So the more detailed the maps have, the more preventive activities we can organize and thereby warn other participants to better organize flood defense. When it comes to maps, hazard maps and risk maps, you can see on the slide on the left-hand side an example how the flood hazard risk look like, and on the right-hand side, this is the example of the river Tisa. What we defend from the system, starting population, households, crops, fields, both material and risk and hazard map are in the hands of the water management companies, and they are in charge of their development. And hazard and risk maps represent the integral part of the next document, which is the flood risk management plan in the territory of Serbia. This plan is in a drafting stage, and I believe that soon it will be adopted, and it contains the catalog of measures and the activities. But I would not dwell too much on these documents. I simply wanted to just share with you what kind of document we adopt to better control floods. And on this slide, I wanted to show you how the flood defense system, organizational-wise, the director with the other actor participates. You see that the Ministry of Agriculture, together with the Provincial Secretariat for Agriculture, Water Management and Forestry, main coordinator when it comes to flood defense, and jointly with the water management companies, Voda Vojvodina and Serbia Vode, which are the main actors, and the other water management component. When we absorb all regular and planned and unplanned measures undertaken by the mentioned water management enterprises, companies under their competencies, and when the state of emergency is proclaimed and that the water management competence are no longer in a capability and ability to defend the area, then emergency management sector assume the responsibility. We are still participating actively in the work, but now the emergency management sector within the Ministry of the Interior is taking the lead until reaching the safe moment, until we are not safe from the floods. When it comes to the third slide and the activities I would focus on, which is that the Water Directorate is funding the construction of the capital project within the water management area. I selected 3 capital investment projects related to the construction of dam with retention. Why? Because not to think that we are not funding other things. Practically, these are capital projects. And why dams? Because dams are multi-purpose structures. Let's start from the first one, which is the dam with the retention area, which has been constructed from 2010. Quite a complex project. So far, 6 billion dinars were invested in the construction of this dam. Its primary and basic purpose is water supply in Arin, Požega, Lučani, Gornji Milanovac, and Čačak municipalities. But in addition to its main purpose, which is the water management, it has the purpose to absorb the flood wave and prevent flooding of the mentioned municipalities. What is determined in the dynamic plan between the Water Directorate and the Serbia Vode as an investor of the construction of this dam is that we plan to finalize it in the coming 4 years, and that we still need funds. The funds should be secured to this project, which is 12 billion. We, Republic of Serbia, is aware and ready that we need to construct this kind of structure, despite the fact that its primary function is water supply. When it comes to the next dam, with the retention, Stuborovni, in 2015, the dam passed the trial accumulation, so its basic function is water supply to the population in Mionica, Lajkovac, Lažarevac, Ub, Koceljeva, and city of Valjevo. What is important to mention when it comes to this dam, it is a typical example that these dams with the retention area in the time of the flood wave before its trial filling in 2015, in the course of 2014, actually absorbed the huge wave of flood wave, thereby preventing city of Valjevo not to suffer the same scenario as city of Brenovac. The next dam that we are planning to invest funds in is this dam in Pampukovica in Ub. This dam idea for its construction originated after floods 2014, because the study was done for Koluvara River Basin, and it turned out that it would be quite important to install the dam here. Its primary function is irrigation of the of the arable land, but it would be used, like the previous two, to absorb the flood wave and protect City Ub and other settlements and agricultural land from possible flood wave and the impact of Kolubara River on this part. Construction of this dam will be funded from the EBRD funds. The value of construction is 50 million euros. And what we are planning to do through, but this is not the topic of this panel, to fund the irrigation system from Development Fund of Abu Dhabi to irrigate a larger area. The next thing I would like to mention, and we do not have the images, which is the dam Savoyno in Kuršumlija. Its construction began 30 years ago with the analysis that we conducted in our directorate, leading by the idea to cover all Serbia when it comes to water supply and flood defense. It is the dam Serva where we would allocate the funds for its reconstruction and finalization. So we plan to have it finalized in 2028. In addition to its basic purpose, water supply have the function of flood defense. When I mentioned these four important dams, it is worth mentioning that the Water Directorate last year had a public call for development of the legal technical aspects of managing dams in Serbia. This document is the important baseline for further documents that we will adopt soon. Why? Because we've got the dam that were constructed 50 or 60 years ago that had their primary function during former Yugoslavia. And those dams, due to significant changes, political, organizational, were under the competence of different entities. In line with our law, they should be in the hands of the water management within the ministry, republicly owned and given to management to Serbia Vode, because it is located, because those dams are mostly located in their territory, or to autonomous province of Vojvodina. This analysis has shown us what are the things we are facing with, how many dams, how much funds we need to allocate to make those dams safe, because most of the dams are representing a safety risk. And we believe that this actually study is the beginning, and that with the other study that we would develop, which would cover all of detailed aspect of them, we want to create a passport for each and every dam, where we would have the legal aspect, what should be done to resolve ownership issue, how much funds, what should be eliminated, what are the measures and activities that we as a leading institution in the water management sector need to undertake, and finally how much funds should be allocated to make dams safe. I'm speaking about it because nobody tackled this topic in the past 60 years, and I believe that it is important to mention that at this panel. It is quite a difficult period to reach that document, but I believe that in the coming 2-3 years we will have that document, that we would be able to sit what kind of loans, what kind of funds would be used to allocate the funds to make our dams safe and to perform the function they were initially constructed. When it comes to the next project, I don't want to repeat, but that refer that it is important to preventively act. The dams that I mentioned a few moments ago and the study that I talked about represent the approach of our preventive actions. So through the World Bank loan, we are funding the construction of water structure to in the course of the in the river basin, Danube and Sava, 59 million euros were allocated. At this point of time, we've got 3 tenders, 3 contracts signed. The first one was signed back in 2022, and it refers to the regulation of Sava in the place of Jarak, 7.2 million euros. We are at the midst of the realization of the project. When it comes to this next contract that is ongoing, it is the regulation of 3 rivers in Novi Pazar, River Raška, Jašanica, and Trnavica. It is important to mention when it comes to Novi Pazar that last year, precisely the part of the river of Trnavica, which is in the center of Novi Pazar, which is causing a lot of problems. And last year we actually had 2 lives lost due to floods. And we, as the responsible ministry, reallocated the funds that we planned for some other project and allocated 25 million euros to regulate River Raška, Jašanica, and Trnavica, and thereby integrally protect Novi Pazar from floods, from future floods. What I want to say that we have works ongoing, they are going under planned dynamic, and that the citizens of Novi Pazar are more than satisfied with this investment. Next important thing I would like to mention within this project through the loan of the World Bank is that we agreed last month designing of the protection of Obrenovac from the huge waters of Tamnava and Kolubara River. That's the project that we've been waiting for 10 years. It is my pleasure that precisely today, when we are marking 10 years after unprecedented floods, I can invite you that we started designing, that the designing period is 15-month time, and afterwards we will start with the tender. The funds have already been allocated in the second stage of the loan of the World Bank. So we know all that today's topic was town of Obrenovac, what kind of damage and losses it suffered 10 years ago. What is important to mention is that this project will cover a solution of regulation of both rivers on the duration in the length of 30 kilometers, displacement of the bridge, levee construction. So why now, 10 years after? Somebody might pose the question, why we waited for this? Is such a comprehensive and complex project because the past years we needed to prepare the studies that were necessary to be able to have the exact assessment and to know where we should construct what to completely protect Obrenovac from 100 years precipitation and to not to have the scenario from 2014 repeated. So in a 15-month time, we believe that the design would be finalized. What we know for sure is that the ownership issues should be resolved. We are in concurrence resolving ownership issues. So we believe that in the 15-month time, when the design for construction building with the detailed document plan would be ready, we would have resolved the ownership issue. The 5 stages are planned for the construction, but the plan is to do it gradually and resolve ownership issue per stages and to have works ongoing, because otherwise this project is quite huge and it cannot be finalized in a year. It was important for me to tour with you to, in addition, what Vode Vojvodina and Serbia Vode are doing in the emergency management sector, together with the other actors such as Hydromet, Republic Geodetic Authority that is providing us with the data. I simply wanted that you get an insight in the huge role of the Water Directorate. We are funding all capital and significant projects in the Republic of Serbia. We are the relying pillar of both water management company, and on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, we are trying to observe the broader image and that we are the ones that are allocating the funds for capital investments, and that is something that water management companies cannot do independently, but only with the joint strength and the activities that they perform on a daily basis. And they are always there when the floods affect and when the emergencies are proclaimed, but I simply wanted to share with you our role and what are our main tasks. And to conclude, I would say that flood risk register that is being developed, funded by the UNDP, that the Republic Water Directorate is actively participating. We are collecting the documentation that Serbia Voda and Vojvodinas are also participating jointly with us, in addition to all other actors. So I believe that this risk register would significantly help us to better confront with the challenges to come. It would ease our work. We would be aware of weak spots. What are the things we need to do, where we need to act preventively and not simply reactively. So the summary of my presentation is that we've learned a lot from 2014 floods, unfortunately, but from the previous panelists' speeches, we can conclude that we all focused on preventive side. That is important. There are a lot of shortcomings, a lot of work ahead of us, a lot of investments that we need to make, but it is important that we started acting preventively, that we are cooperating, that we are exchanging information, data, that at any given point of time we are aware about the roles of all of the actors and actions. Another thing that is important is that the Water Directorate within the Chapter 27 is preparing and participating in transposing directives to you. We are preparing a new water law where we would finally determine the boundaries of the waterland, which is very important for us for the management and of the water courses. So that would be a brief presentation. I stand ready to respond to any question.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya. I am pleased to see that the Water Director of Serbia is a constant and reliable partner and has been in the past 10 years to the UNDP. And I'm sure we will continue our future cooperation in the future. Now I would like to invite our colleague from Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Chief Technical Officer of the UNDP. He will talk about integration of climate change into DRR, into the reduction of risk in the Vrbas river basin in Bosnia, which is assisted by UNDP. Through the application of state-of-the-art technologies and through this integrated approach, the project aims to reduce the risk of floods, including structural and non-structural measures for sustainable results. So, Goran, could you please tell us more about this? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Goran Bosankic, Chief Technical Officer of the UNDP office in Bosnia and Herzegovina for DRR and climate change. Today I will be presenting the integrated climate change and DRR flood risk reduction project in the Vrbas river basin, which has introduced an integrated approach, a new innovative approach. So the project was fully financed by the GEF. Its value is $5 million, a small amount for what we set out to achieve. The project lasted from 2015 to 2020, and it was in response to the floods that happened in 2014 that this project was launched. We chose one river basin in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and through our activities we tried to comprehensively resolve the issue. The project had three components: infrastructure, establishing early alert and warning flood alert systems, and three soft component, developing project technical studies and documents. All of the activities under the project were fully in line with the flood directive. So as I said, divided or integrated approach of flood risk management into three pillars: mapping the problem, gauging and monitoring the situation, establishing early warning systems, and in parallel strengthening capacities of the relevant institutions. And finally, infrastructural works. This was an innovative approach relative to the previous one, where infrastructure reconstruction is the dominant element. So the mapping of the problem was divided into several components, developing a hazard map, risk map, and all of this was resulted in a plan for managing flood risk. We developed hydrodynamic and hydrological models for the entire river basin. We defined the GIS database parameters and the water depth in the flooded areas and the volume of the floods and the risk exposure and the velocity of the water. And based on that, these parameters, we got maps on that show us where we need to focus most. If we look at the entire river basin, first of all, the Verbas River is characterized by the fact that it flows through flat terrain and mountainous terrain. So we identified torrential floods as a major risk. We developed a register of torrential flows and all other parameters related to the risk of flooding. The second component of our integrated approach was gauging, measuring, and monitoring. The first activity was improving the information system for waters, second, equipment for the Hydrometeorological Institute, and procurement of equipment for civil protection, for the alert system primarily. The information system was developed before our project started by the Water Directorate of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Through the project, we identified certain difficulties in the management of this information system, so that we, first of all, aligned the approach of all institutions and the access of all institutions to the system. And we actually integrated the whole system into a one-stop shop system, into a one-stop shop platform. When it comes to the communication equipment for the civil protection, we developed a quick alert system in the river basin. We have 13 local offices, cantonal offices, and republic level offices for civil protection. So we established a system with all related equipment, a set of radio stations, stationary and mobile, to facilitate communication in crisis situations between the municipalities. And the third component, equipment for hydrometeorological institutes. So as a part of that, we bought a whole system for 20 hydrological, 6 meteorological gauging stations deployed along the river basin. The third component of the integrated approach was establishing an early warning system. This is a pilot project that we launched on the river basin of the Vrbas River, which then continued throughout other activities that were taken over by the Bosnian institutions and further improved. The goal was to establish a prognostic forecasting model for the entire river basin as one component, and strengthen the capacities of the institutions managing the system in order to make this system self-sustainable and useful for the future. The key goals of this system was to collect and make and analyze all data that we have on the river basin. Unfortunately, the 2014 floods were a significant source of information for establishing this system. We updated the continual hydrological model, and the model we proposed for the map of the risk map and was then further developed and upgraded. And last step was to integrate everything into a single platform that would provide all required information for all institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And all of this was supported through trainings and workshops for the management of this system. So we actually, as a result of the whole project, we established an early warning system. There are initiatives to expand this to include other river basins in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So what we have now is an integrated platform for flood risk management in Bosnia. A couple of words about the system. The system has three components. First component is hydrometeorological data from gauging stations in real time from the hydrometeorological institutes. The use of meteorological models that the hydrometeorological institutes use, and hydrological and hydraulical models were further developed for this model. By combining these three models in a single platform, we can see the flood lines and provide forecasts for 5 days, even 5 days in advance, which provide enough time for all stakeholders managing risk flood to introduce and take preventive action. And now, final component, the infrastructure. We again divided the infrastructure into 4 components. First one, infrastructural works in the main basin, riverbed, in Banja Luka, Jajce, Gornji Vakuf. We cleaned the riverbed. We delineated the banks of the river with rocks to provide space for the river to freely flow and not to spill over. So I would emphasize a measure that we are particularly proud of, regulating the river flow in Bugojno, where we rehabilitated an old meander, this red line, if you can see it on the map on this slide. We enabled the reception of waters by this meander and built a natural retention. You can see on these photos the floods of 2017, and these were covered by our measure, and there was no spillover from the riverbed in Bugojno. The entire meander absorbed the coming waters thanks to these measures. We had infrastructural works on the tributaries, main tributaries, in Kotor Varoš, Laktaši, Mrkonjić Grad, Čelinac. According to the same principle as with the main riverbed, we used natural materials. We cleaned and profiled the main riverbed and torrential streams and flows. And we gave space to the river and in order to keep the river in its delineated flow. This is a flat terrain river that goes through a flat terrain, so we built canals for retention of spillover water. We covered adjacent terrain with rocks and finally, the fourth component of infrastructure focused on nature-inspired solutions, which was covered by the flood risk plan. Came after the Verbas plan. The plan defined how certain measures can be implemented to additionally reduce the flood risk in all municipalities in the river basin. We defined four components, key components. First, control of torrential flows in the tributary of the Verbas River that in the 2014 floods caused a huge problem. You can see the where we built embankments to barriers to stop the overflow of the river, as you can see on this photo. Barriers, and in order to be able to safely retain and then release the water. And control of water flows has the same principle as barriers. Where that are activated during torrential floods to absorb overflowing water. And forestation was an additional measure. We realized that felling of an illegal felling of trees, cutting of trees was a huge problem in the river basin, and this is why we started the reforestation to reduce erosion, land erosion. And finally, the nature-inspired solutions that I just presented applied in parallel can really substantially decrease the flood, the alluvion, the flood wave. As you can see, the first picture is without the measure, second, partially implemented measure, and third, almost fully mitigated and flood. That is all from me. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Goran. I will kindly invite you to stay with us until the end of this panel. Going back to nature-inspired solutions, let's hear some more details about this. And now I will present the regional project integrated approach to risk reduction of flood, implemented by the UNDP and the Adaptation Fund to help Albania, Montenegro, and Northern Macedonia mitigate the risk of floods at local and national regional level. And the focus is improving the resilience of the communities in the river basins and of course also the consequence of climate change by exploiting and making good use of information data and implementing strategies for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Viktor Subotic, project manager from Montenegro, UNDP, is here with us today. So Viktor, can you please tell us in more detail about the reconstruction and structural measures taken under this project on the Bojana River?
Thank you, Violetta. Greetings to everybody. I believe that you hear me. Thank you for the announcement, for quite a nice presentation of the project. It's been the 5th year of the implementation of the project.
We got also a follow-up extension of the project. The sound is really bad. Hold on.
Vi ćete na ovim pokrivalicama vidjeti.
Sorry, the input is quite bad. We cannot hear. I believe that he will play video. Now, when I was
Obuhvat projekta je jako sličan, kako se
this is the project that is similar to what they did in Verbas. We do it in Drim River Basin. The previous panelist from the government and the Northern Macedonia, we heard about the activities that were implemented in the project, and there are different components, starting from the level of modeling, testing, setting strategic framework for cooperation in the Sliver Basin, up until the things tackling the benefits for local communities in line with our principle, leave no one behind. That to set the preconditions and ensure local communities that are in the flood-prone areas I would also like to mention that in several occasions we had the chance to hear the word prevention, but the goal of our project is of a preventive character. I believe that the 2014 floods, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, were a kind of a good lesson to all of us and a trigger to intensify our activities in the given direction and thereby reduce flood risk, despite the fact that we've initiated the project. We had the two disasters. One was a regional earthquake in Albania, and after that, the global pandemic of coronavirus. So we try to reach the best possible under the given circumstances. When it comes to the implementation of the activities on the ground, what you can see on the pictures or film behind me, that is the reconstruction, rehabilitation of the eroded part of the levee on Bojana River. We are sharing with the Republic of Albania. So on my left-hand side is Montenegro, on the right-hand side is Republic of Albania. So this is the part that's been rehabilitated. Rehabilitated levee that was significantly eroded. And we now, this is before the intervention, so you can see how it was before we started the reconstruction. That is the rehabilitation of this part of the levee with the natural material, with the rock, and its length is 30 meters. And we will reduce the flood risk and the risk to local community, because this is the agricultural area. And this levee will reduce the damages that might incur. Let me say something about the River Bojana. It is the cross-border river in Montenegro through There are levee system on this Boyana built in the period from 50s to 80s of last century. We developed a detailed document for the levee throughout Bojana River. This is 11 kilometers just. And we're expecting the investment for that job through the EU funds, where 6 to 7 million euros would be used to continue the activities on the reconstruction of the levee system. Another thing that I would like to mention is the importance of integrated research, regional cooperation, but in this case of cooperation with the Republic of Government of Albania. Of course, all the activities we are doing in either of the countries, because we've got the natural border from river to Skadarsko Lake, while developing the main document designed, we've cooperated with the government of Albania, and the government of the Republic of Albania provided our government with their detailed documentation, which is a good and quality example how integrated way of operating should be incorporated. Now there is the Rim River, where we are cooperating with other states for 15 years. And we realized that there is the need to set the River Rim Basin Management Commission, involving all necessary actors, modeled by Sava River or Danube River Commission. Actually, donors are interested in our idea. Then again, UNDP as a recognized partner, stand ready to support those activities. So we do expect that the Commission will start operating, and all these activities would be implemented in a more efficient and a coordinated way, applying that integrated manner. I would also like to mention, in addition to regional and bilateral cooperation, needs to further improve all those activities. What is important is to speak about strategic documents, speaking about modeling, development of early warning system, forecasting, and those things either refer to the central, regional, or local self-governments. I'm sure that we need to lower all the activities at the local level. So this is one of the examples. Colleague from the Northern Macedonia mentioned of rediverting the course of the river. So we are doing similar things. So we need to listen and communicate our colleagues in all stages, and during the planning, during the execution, and after, during the maintenance. Because local communities should be interconnected, they should communicate among themselves because they're most affected, and each and every intervention made by us should be primarily centered to beneficiaries. And let me mention another lessons learned from this intervention. If you can please play the video, you can see the richness of biodiversity. And Bojana River is biologically important. So you see that we need to take into account that those natural preventive mechanisms be kept. On the other hand, when making those intervention, that they should be eco-intervention and to use natural materials. This reconstructive sanction is quite remarkable, but it will fit into the environment because it's stone-made levee.
We, as the UNDP, are committed to measures for the preservation of the natural environment as well as the preservation of social standards in the local communities, so that in this context, we must continue to work as we do now. Everything that we did so far was excellent. We did not have sufficient financial resources at the time to undertake more, but on the other hand, what we have done in terms of structural measures on the Bojana River in our shared Albanian-Montenegrin River Bojana is the start of something that will be beneficial and of interest to both sides in terms of reducing the flood risk. Thank you, Victor. It is a pleasure to hear that this important project will be financed, have continued financing. And this is really a good practice example of cooperation between countries that we can, yes, we should have more of these good practice examples. The more, the better, of course.
Because I want to introduce my next guest. She comes from United Nations Development Program North Macedonia, and as we heard from Mr. Mirta, Macedonia has made significant strides in enhancing its disaster risk reduction system and working closely with UNDP. I will just ask Ms. more about initiatives that UNDP and government of North Macedonia has taken, and what are key messages and lessons learned.
Thank you, Violeta.
Yeah.
Right here. It's not working.
I can monitor.
Mike.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues, and dear esteemed participants. On behalf of UNDP North Macedonia, I want to thank for the invitation, but also at the same time to congratulate to the UNDP Serbia colleagues and Istanbul Regional Hub for organizing this platform for exchange of knowledge and expertise in such a comprehensive expert knowledge that we have today from the participants. I would like to emphasize something, not only on the knowledge, but also on what we did good and what we maybe need to do better. So as Žarko said in the very first session, that also we are bringing up here the lessons learned from different projects that will help us in the future planning of our work. So in the opening session, it was emphasized that we as a countries, but also as a region, are very much vulnerable to the extreme weather events from the changing climate. As the region is, we can see from Bosnia recently and 10 years ago, Serbia, we are also a country that was very much affected from the rainfalls and flooding events. Most recently we had in Tetovo or urban flooding 2 years ago in Skopje, again urban flooding, but the most critical one was 9 years ago in the Polog region in 2015. After which the donor community, actually Swiss government and the government of North Macedonia, Ministry of Environment and Physical Planning, prepared a project proposal for implementing a project in the Polog region. It's called Improving Resilience to Floods in this region. This region is of 9 municipalities. It is implemented from 2017. This year we are concluding with the implementation. What I would like to stress out that in one of the villages there were casualties when the floods happened, among which were the most vulnerable children. So the need for this project was very necessary and urgent. The ground was set with developing of the flood risk management plan, where the risk hazard map was prepared and identified the critical zones within the region, but also our urban runoff study that identified the critical points in the municipalities, the urban municipalities, and the sediment study that identified the critical points when it comes to the erosive parts and in this region. So after preparation of these documents, the implementation started. Technical documentation was prepared, and then implementation of riverbed in Bugovinja, municipality of Bugovinja was implemented. Also of flood structural measures and bioengineering measures, as in Bosnia colleagues did, which are the most sustainable intervention for the future. So we also did prevention of the debris of this torrential flood. In one of the sessions, it was emphasized that not only we protect the rivers, but we are very much impacted from the torrents that are coming with the debris. And most damage is becoming of this. This was from the flood risk management plan, but then again from the urban study, we implemented stormwater networks in some of the municipalities, but also cleaned the existing one, which came out to be very productive and very beneficial for the citizens. From the sediment study, we have stabilized around 7 critical zones in the Polog region, implementing different set of interventions, from structural ones, with bioengineering, but also with stabilization of rockfalls, which was done with alpinists, as a very interesting work to see. But at the same time, we established monitoring system for the landslides in the some critical that we identified, which will be continuously monitored by the municipalities. I have put here a photo from the recent event that we had, and recent for the DRI Day, since this year's DRI Day was to empower youth. So we did, on the intervention that is gray, we did mural painting that describes how it's from one harmonious community, when how the early warning system functions, then how when the disaster happens, then how we are bringing back the community to normal and harmonious, jointly in solidarity. So it was the design was designed with children. It was painted by youth volunteers. Somehow we try to do the public awareness. This is a very recreational area, to do the structural interventions, but also do unstructural, non-structural interventions, which are one of them is public awareness. So since the youth were very much impacted on the most severe flooding in Polog, we did trainings of the school children, simulation drills, in order to test the evacuation plans within each school that was critical, but not limited to floods. We expanded to fire, to earthquake, which I think it's a good approach, not only to focus on one disaster and eliminate the others. So we did prepare the school children, but also the school staff in order to be prepared for the next event. Today, in Polog, we had a regional drill for the institution to test their standard operating procedures, so they can be better in future and see where we need to strengthen these operating procedures. We also did very interesting cross-border cooperation with Greece. Our teams from Protection and Rescue Directorate, fire brigades, and special units from Ministry of Interior were trained for flood rescue. It was, as it was said in one of the sessions, it's not only to build the capacities of the staff, but also to establish good relations with our neighbors, which is very relevant and necessary. So in future, you know the faces when crisis happens and when we support each other as countries. So these are some of the non-structural measures. So we are not only focused on youth, we also focused on we did trainings for the people with disabilities, with women. So it was a comprehensive set of addressing the most vulnerable when it comes to disasters. So they're prepared in terms of they're protecting their households, but also themselves when a disaster happens. This is from my side on the presentation. I would like to emphasize that it's very important from the lessons learned is to have this integrated approach, not only on regional level, but also when we develop proposals is to not only think of structural measures, but also to include the non-structural as necessary. To use 21st approach, as I saw that the colleagues that are working on Trini project did, bioengineering measures, the 21st century approach to eliminate as much as we can the concrete interventions, just to use what we have in the environment. So this is from my side, so many thanks.
Thank you so much, Ljubica. That people is the why we do what we do, and we need to continue our cooperation not just regionally but with all levels of participants and include them in decision making because that's how we become resilient. Today we are also joined by Mr. Dorid Poteshati, National Project Coordinator from UNDP Albania, who has been instrumental in the progress of Albania's disaster risk management efforts. joint work of Government of Albania and UNDP, particularly through RESEAL program, has focused on strengthening country institutional and local capacities to better respond and prevent disasters while aligning with EU standards and directives. Mr. Poteshati, could you please elaborate a bit more on RESEAL program and how the system in Albania evolved to be where it is today?
Thank you, Violeta. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure being here, and thank you for the invitation. First of all, on behalf of the UNDP Albania, let me congratulate you and the team for this 2 days event. It's good and great to have such networking and also sharing our work in our countries together with neighbors. As you said, actually UNDP Albania is supporting the Albanian government from the beginning on the disaster risk management in the country. But I would highlight an important moment, which has been the earthquake 2019. Do you know that Albania was hit in 2015 and 17 by 2 major floods in the country, in north and south region? And then in 2019, we had the earthquake. So that was the moment that the system changed, actually. So we had the new law on the civil protection. In 2019, establishment of National Civil Protection Agency, which is the manager and the coordinator of all the system in the country. And immediately after that, UNDP, together with the Ministry of Defense, which is the ministry responsible for the civil protection, designed the RESEAL program, which is actually response and an immediately intervention to support and boost the civil protection system in the country. And the program was designed at the beginning as a sort of pool of funds. So we started with the priorities in the country that has been individuated together with the agency, but also the other important actors on the civil protection. And the first donors that came in the program was the Sweden, the Portugal government, Albanian government, and recently Swiss are joining forces. The most important and the challenge at the time was let's say the preparation of the national DRR framework in the country, because it was too old, outdated. And also an important element that changed the system at the time was that we switched from thinking individually into a system thinking approach, which means that we have flood risk, we have wildfire, biological risk, whatever it is. It's a sort of preparedness and responding all together, not line ministry or the agency responsible. So the RESEAL program was focused, as you said, at the central level, and then it was focused also at the local level, because we know that especially the risks are locals, so they happen somewhere. And the first responders, despite the firefighters, which are the most first responders that we know, are the local government units, because it's there when the risk is happening. And then another important element of the project was also supporting critical DRR infrastructure. And as a sort of strategic, let's say, focus, the project has cross-institutional cooperation on the DRR, establishment of a DRR governance framework in the country. And the most important one was also creating a solid foundation during all these processes for the next work and the progress the country was facing. Probably, you know, Albania has now opened a accession negotiation chapters. And for sure, this is also thanks also to the work that the government did so far, progressing on the civil protection field. So I would like, because the project has started in 2020, we go till December 25, and for sure this is the first part. Then, as I said, has been designed as a pool of funds, so there will be a second phase. But the main achievements I want to highlight are, as I said, the set of the 3 DRR documents, a National Risk Assessment document that has been, together with the National DRR strategy, a very complex processes in the country, but we are very happy as the UNDP in Albania to support it. This kind of processes, because this means sort of capacity building for the national institutions. And the National Disaster Risk Assessment document has been divided into 6 major reports, detailed technical reports, and 1 consolidated report, which has been prepared for the decision makers or the managers. The other 6 documents, including the National Flood Risk Assessment document, are more technical documents, so but are part of the national package, we call so. Then, after finalizing the National Disaster Risk Assessment document, we went through the preparation of the National DRR Strategy and the Action Plan, and it's the first one ever approved in Albania. It's now under the implementation, and the strategy followed the same logic on the process of the DRR, of the Disaster Risk Assessment document. So it was a subdivision of 6 groups as per 6 major risks in the country. And then the strategy has also the most important part, which is the action plan, that is divided into 6 risks, and each of the risks has its own strategic projects with a timeline included. The team of consultants that assisted the working group established at the national level has foreseen also the financial resources of the strategy when we have divided into the state budget, donors, and the gap on it. And then the last document approved last year, there was the National Civil Emergency Plan, which has been adopted. The last one prepared was in 2004, so all to be considered. And at this regard, the major, let's say, result, and we were extremely happy for that, was the national ownership. If you are going to see the National DRR Strategy and the Action Plan, all the input, everything we have, that is mentioned there, but also all the strategic projects are from the national institution source. So there will not be consultant desk work or additional projects from our side. It's quite imperative, let's say, and I mean commitment of the government and the National Civil Protection Agency, it's there. But let's see, we are trying also to improve some, let's say, technical issues on monitoring that strategy. We are now working with the agency. And then we move ahead based on recommendation of these 3 documents. So we have, as I said, supported the National Civil Protection Agency on building capacities during all these processes and the lessons learned. And based on the recommendation of the National Civil Emergency Plan, we have prepared continuity of operations and procedures and continuity of governance for 14 ministries and central institutions. We are now piloting an intervention on preparing the same document for Saranda Seaport, which is a critical infrastructure. And it's very important for tourism in Albania, as the numbers are increasing in the last years. Another important element, because we went from preparing documents, strategic and planning documents, and starting implementing and testing in a certain way all these documents that has been officially approved by the government. So we are now implementing command post exercises, and it will be also 2 field exercises. One is now under preparation in Shkodra, which is a regional field exercise with regional countries and Albania. And also the other 4 ones are decided to be done in 4 different regions of Albania, being focused in 4 different risks. Another important element and recommendation on all these documents has been the focus on education and community engagement. It's important. And also here the program and the reseal has been focused a lot. We have worked with pre-education facilities, with the communities, vulnerable people in different regions. And an important result, thanks to all this progress, has been the Albanian full membership on the EU CPM from January 1st of 2023. Albania is full member, participating member, and can now receive, but also being part of missions, giving support and assistance when required. The work at the central level was followed by a pilot intervention at the local level. We have started such intervention in Leja municipality, which has been affected by floods and earthquake as well. And based on the lessons learned at that municipality, lessons learned at the national level, we have already completed, by the end of this year, will be completed the intervention at the local level in Fieri region, which is based on the National Risk Assessment document, the 4th region at high risks. And this has been a decision of altogether to pilot this area, because there are almost 6 risks that we have as part of our law, and Albania is suffering. And as I said, lessons learned and knowledge shared on these processes has been also shared with at the regional and local level in all the prefectures and 61 municipalities in the country, sharing not only the document, the knowledges, but also the best practices in order to help and facilitate them on this. Well, I would like, as I said, we have prepared the National Risk Assessment document, which is an important document for the country. And as part of this document, we have prepared a flood risk assessment report. And the key findings on these reports I would like to share with you. So has been infrastructure vulnerabilities, so out of date flood protection infrastructure there, critical infrastructure that has not been accurately maintained, or let's say financial resources for this type of investments has been not at the required level. Urbanization and land use pressure, so unplanned urban development in high-risk areas. Let's say most famous example we have in sub-Shkodra area in the north. Then governance and data limitations, so flood hazard maps and the data available for the preparation of these maps are out of date, or at least are not structured. So this has been one of the important findings of the report. Then, as I said, another important finding has been related to specific communities which are suffering most during flood risk events, that are the vulnerable people. So there's been also an important element on the report. And also the cascading and flash flood risks, which these last ones are unpredictable, still a risk for the country. And for sure, as all the reports, we hating the flood protection infrastructure and drainage systems, then integrating flood risk management with nature-based solution, but also traditional interventions, improve data and mapping, and this is something that is ongoing. So our Albanian water source management agency is now preparing flood maps and also all the related documents. Enhance the early warning system, as also colleagues from different panels have emphasized this as an important topic. So early warning can be a key on preventing but also mitigating the impacts from this type of risk. And community engagement and capacity building, which need to go alongside with the preparation and also implementation. Well, I will go a bit fast on this. As I said, the Water Resource Management Agency in Albania is on top of and is the lead agency on water resource. So also they have been the leader on preparation of the National Flood Risk Report. But my colleague Odeta tomorrow, part of the panel, will go more in depth on this. The current implementation status in Albania is the preparation of the flood risk management plan for the sub-Shkodër area, as I said, and also the draft flood risk management plan for Ishmi River has been prepared. And as in the other countries, also in Albania, the Water Resource Management Agency is supported by different projects, UNDP, Adaptation Fund, and also the other donors. It's important because this agency is a very important agency, as they are on top on, let's say, implementing and also adopting, let's say, the EU flood directives. And this is an important element. Then I would like to share, these are from the future plans, but I said this will be more into detail tomorrow. So a recent law has been approved on water resource in Albania, and bylaws need to be prepared so far in order to enable all the documents and the flood directive transposition and implementation of all the frameworks prepared in this regard. Okay. So as I said, Albania from January 23 is participating state of EU CPM. And at this regard, we have 3 modules on floods, which has been developed, and we have responders and team prepared at this, which are the flood rescue using boats, the flood containment, high capacity pumping, which are 3 modules that has been prepared and are ready in Shkodra area. And as part of the UCPM, Albania has deployed team in Turkey and earthquake and wildfires in Greece recently. These are some structural measures on floods. Risk management, as I said, state budget through National Civil Protection Agency goes directly to this type of interventions. Yes, I'm now finishing. So 36 million euros has been given to the municipalities, over 109 structural measures. 95 projects were flood related, so 87% of this project went to the municipalities, because the agency is opening a call every year for local government units to apply for all the risks, not only for the floods. Then other funds going to the flood risk management are from the line ministers, from especially from the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Albanian Development Fund, municipality budget, and also the project. On non-structural measures, we have been focused on data management, early warning system, public awareness, training, river basin management, dam safety regulations, water retention areas and financial mechanism, and the financial source and the budget is the same of the ones that was for the structural measures. These are the lessons learned from these 4.5 years of the project, so needs should be assessed in order to design an actionable recovery strategy. Policy framework and clear institutional responsibilities are important in order to know who is doing what at what time. Information management and continuous monitoring and evaluation of recovery progress should be supported. Recovery efforts should focus on reducing risk and vulnerabilities. Recovery efforts should also draw on and learn from the past experience, so the lessons learned. And all actors involved should communicate openly with the public and share all these processes. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dore. Then we are looking forward to hear more from Odeta tomorrow. Ja posle ovih izlaganja imam
After this presentation, I'm left with many questions, but since this is the end of our panel, I would first of all like to give an opportunity to the audience to ask questions. So are there any questions? Until 6 months ago, I was head of the sector for emergency management, and this is a comment that I would like to share about the need to make all embankments and levees safe. We, in the past, while I was head of the sector, we really advocated for the testing of all dams and embankments and levees, because this is a huge risk according to our national risk assessment also. So I am happy that the directorate has recognized this risk and that you are taking action to mitigate this risk. Thank you, Živko. I fully agree with you. These are important, very important projects for the agricultural sector in particular in Serbia, not only when it comes to irrigation, but also as a good measure for protection against floods. Without further ado, I would like to invite you all to continue our informal exchange in the Kafana restaurant according to our Balkan tradition. So see you again tomorrow at 9 when we will continue talking about the transfer of risk of natural disasters, among other.
Da, još napomena, vidimo se...
See, just one more thing. See you at 8 o'clock in Velika Skadarlija this evening. The bus for the colleagues that are located near Mona Hotel